Well, well, well. It is Saturday evening. Hey, man, it's a great day to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. I have an absolute great show today. We're going to talk Dallas Cowboys for a couple of hours. This show is going to be fire. I ran across... I just got to tell you, it's going to be fire. It's going to be fire. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button. And if you haven't become a channel member already, please do. And if you are a member, like, share, so that we can continue to grow this channel and push it out into the YouTube algorithm. How's everybody doing? Again, man, I'm telling you, we have a great show planned for this Saturday evening. Again, I'm gonna try not to keep you long, but again, some of y'all already know I'm a preacher, and if the preacher say he closing, I mean, I've already told you, if you didn't know, the preacher got 3 closes. So I say it's gonna be 2 hours, it could be 3, but I'm gonna try to make it about 2 hours. We'll see if we can get somewhere in between. But again, great show planned for the day. Let me show you what I'm working with today. Mazi Smith. Working with this issue of Mazi Smith actually not being the problem of the Cowboys run game. This is what we're really going to talk about for most of the day. Mazi Smith not being the problem for the Dallas Cowboys run game. It's a very interesting video on 105.3 The Fan where Brian Broaddus is saying that Mazi Smith isn't the problem, or he isn't the only problem. And he's going to go on even, I can't even tell you. That portion of this show is going to be fire. Then we're going to listen to Nick Harris. I hadn't listened to it. It was a couple of days ago. Kind of the close of OTAs. I kind of want to hear some of the stuff that he's talking about. I see something where it's talking about Michael Parsons' drama. And then in the conclusion, you know, we'll talk about anything else for a few minutes. I think there's a ex-Dallas Cowboy in trouble with the law. You know, maybe we'll look at a couple of articles going on around the league about the Dallas Cowboys. But other than that, this is our show. And Mazi Smith, this portion of the show is going to be absolute fire. This thing with Mazi Smith is a big deal, y'all. It is a big deal. I think it really kind of brings us back, I think, in a sense, to reality. It's going to kind of bring us back to reality of, I think some of us are thinking that if we just get a 1 tick, all our problems are solved. But we're going to talk about it. All right. So let's get a quick roll call this Saturday evening, whether it be 10 or 10,000. We're going to talk Cowboys. So let's get a very quick roll call, and then we're going to go into the show. Man, I am telling you, the show's going to be fire today, what we're going to be talking about. This isn't for the light at heart, I can tell you that. Let's go. Come on, man. Y'all got to admit it. I have got to have the best roll call music in the game. Let's go. Katharina Kiss, I'm sorry, what's going on? She said, hit that like button. She said, give G some respect. She said, put some respect on his name. I feel you. What's going on? Good afternoon. Everything's going good, Katharina. Hallelujah. Salute. What's going on? My sister LaQueen, what up? Oh, yeah, I'm going to give you the tea, LaQueen. This story is fire. I normally don't listen to these things all the way through, but I listened to this one all the way through, and I'm like, wait a minute, man. Brian Broaddus is he got some great points. He got some points. And I think it's going to bring us back down to earth, because many of us believe that Mazi Smith is the issue. If we fix this, we got it. We got work to do if we listen to Brian Broaddus. Jared Thomas, #1 Dak Prescott fan. What's going on? I'm number 2. Jared said we've been bad well before Mazi. Oh, yeah. Jared. Yep. Which is why if players like Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson get excuses, so should Dak for the run, D. I'm going to stay on the biased media's head about this. Yes, sir. You got a point. John Jones, what up with you? CW6253 in the crib. What's going on? CW, Michael Parsons apparently made some business decisions when it came to stopping the run. Oh, CW. Hey, you going to like this show today, CW, because they going to point this out. Brian Broaddus is going to point this out without, and I know what he's doing, but he pointing it out too. You're right about it. You're right about it. Randy Mahoney, what's going on? She said, in my Cardi B voice, I see. What's up? We're going to go all into that today, Brandy. We're going to see the reason behind the Cowboys' run-stopping problems. Randall Armstrong in the crib from Houston, Texas. What up? Ty Howard in here. I'm absolutely ready for game 1. Yes. No doubt. Gregory Davis in the crib. Madman. What's going on? Mazi the problem till he proves he's not the problem. Madman. You might change your mind today. Jameel Gregory in the crib. Oh, straight out of Brooklyn. Let's go. Leandrew Sims, what up with you? Yes, sir. Let's go. Robert Simmons up in here. What up with you, Robert Simmons? That Bama boy, what's up with you? Yes, sir. What's G-O-O-D? Yes, sir. Hey, it's all good in the hood, as we used to say back in the day. It's all good in the hood. Sexy Suze, what's going on? Sexy Suze, good to see you in here this Saturday afternoon. Sexy Suze, this show is fire today. You are going to love this. Brian Broaddus and these guys break this thing down. Parrish, he said, when you come in a man's house, you speak. He said, hit that dang like button. Let's go, Parrish. Appreciate you. All right. Let's get into this, guys. We'll greet everybody else as they come in. Tareen Walton in the crib. Yeah, I like the Cowboys. He said, I like football, period. Or Tareen, you let me know. Or whatever the case may be. Welcome to Let's Talk Cowboys. Yes. Let's go. All right. Warren Miles in the crib. Let's go. Jameel Gregory, he said, your show is good. I appreciate you. Y'all make it good. No doubt about it. Let's go. All right. Brandon Mahoney said the thing is running the ball and stopping the run is a must. Running backs running 100-plus yards on my defense is unacceptable. Straight up facts, Brandon Mahoney. I talked about it yesterday. Your defense sets the tone for your team. Running on your team humiliates your team. Stopping the run sets the tone of the whole game. When you can control the lines of scrimmage on either side of the ball, you're controlling the clock one way or another. You're controlling the clock. You are putting teams back on the offenses, back on the sidelines very quickly when you have a good defensive line. When you got a great offensive line. You run the clock out. You control the clock with a balanced run-pass attack. There are so many things that you do when you control both lines of scrimmage. The Cowboys in the 90s controlled both lines of scrimmage. We're going to have to stop giving Philadelphia all the credit. Y'all better understand that Howie Roseman understands too what the Cowboys did in the 90s. Y'all better understand something about these doggone teams. They know what the Cowboys were in the 90s. They know why the Cowboys were juggernauts. A lot of people talk about the triplets. Yeah, I'm cool with talking about the triplets. But let's talk about the real reason why the 90s Cowboys were so dominant. Troy Aikman wasn't Patrick Mahomes. Amy Walls. We talk about the triplets. Let's talk about the defensive and offensive line the Cowboys had. Then we're going to get down to some brass taxes. That's why those teams were so dominant. When you have the number one overall defense, yeah, you're going to win a lot of games. You're going to win a lot of games. And barring injury, you're winning the Super Bowl. If you have the number one overall defense, I'm telling you, you're winning the Super Bowl. I mean, your offense has literally got to be trash to not win the Super Bowl with the number one overall defense. You got the number one overall defense, man. You can win the Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer. No disrespect to Trent Dilfer. Just telling you what it is. And so, Brandon Mahoney, you're right. The Cowboys cannot tolerate anymore teams running roughshod over us. Well, Brian Broaddus is about to put some things into perspective. And I can tell you now, this is a short video, but this thing right here going to probably take us about an hour and a half to get through, because he dropping so many bombs on the Cowboys in this thing. Boy, he dropping so many reality bombs on our head. Hey, we got to discuss this. We have to discuss this because Brian Broaddus has knocked this thing out of the park. And I am very interested. I'm very interested. I'm hoping that Boss Cowboy gets a hold of this. I really want to hear what Boss Cowboy has to say about this, because some of the things that he's saying, because Boss Cowboy is like on this stuff about one tech and trenches and watching tape and stuff like that. I really call Boss Cowboy in this community. I kind of call him, what would I call Boss Cowboy? I would call Boss Cowboy, in a sense, our technician in this field, our scout in this field, in a sense, because the way he digs into some of these subject matters of the line, the defensive line play, players, film, and dedicating so much of his time to that, I'm very interested. I hope he gets a hold of this, and I hope he gives us a run. I hope he gives the Cowboys Nation a rundown on it, because I'm telling you, Brian Broaddus said some things in here that made me go, maybe this isn't just about the one tech position as much as we've been making it. And I can remember some of these things that Brian Broaddus is about to say. I made a couple of these arguments last year. Not as technical, but I made some of these same arguments. Man, let's get into this. This thing with Brian Broaddus is fire. I'm just wondering what everyone in the community is going to say when they get a hold of this. And I'm surprised that no one's talking about it yet, because I'm telling you, Brian Broaddus is destroying so many arguments of some of us in this community. I wish Daniel M was on here today. He's probably busy, but I want to see Daniel M in here today, because I am telling you, he is destroying this argument, this whole one tech argument. And I won't necessarily say he's destroying it, but what he is saying is that it's not the only argument, because that's the argument that we all keep making. We keep saying, hey man, one tech. If we get a veteran one tech, we on our way. Not so fast. Not so fast. Not so fast. Brian Broaddus is saying, not so. Dak Delusional is in here. Dak Delusional said they still going to run on the edges. Hey, hold on. Let me get my right sound effect here. There we go. Dak Delusional, you just dropped a bomb. This is where Brian Broaddus is going. Let's get the first few comments in from Brian Broaddus, and then I'm going to come back to the comments, because I am telling you, this man is dropping bombs in here about the Cowboys run game that not only we're going to have to admit and accept that some of this is probably true. I'm sure the Dallas Cowboys in their room, in their coach's room, they have to be talking about this too. Check it out.
Yeah, I was doing some work with Jeff Kavanaugh this morning, and we were kind of going through like positions. We're always, we're worried about this, worried about that, and everybody talks about the defensive tackle position. But I wanted to talk to you guys about this and ask you guys this question. Is it really just the defensive tackle's fault for the lack of run defense here?
No.
And I ask this because the more that I've dove into what some of the issues were, it's really not all on the defensive tackle spot, because if you look at where the Cowboys were one of the worst in the National Football League with where the ball was run against them. Teams ran the ball on the edge against them almost 60% of the time.
Did y'all catch what this man just said? I just wanted to give us a moment of silence. Just a moment of silence. I talked about this last year. I talked about this very thing last year. Now, let me tell you how I talked about it. Micah Parsons is a great pass rusher. Micah Parsons is a great pass rusher. We're not going to debate that. He's a great pass rusher. But here's the other side of the coin that no one likes to talk about Micah Parsons, who is soon to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. Now, I was making this argument that I'm about to make that Brian Broaddus is talking about. See, Brian Broaddus ain't taking names. Brian Broaddus is kicking butt, but he ain't taking names. We gonna kick butt and talk names. I talked about this was the reason I would not pay Micah Parsons all the money, and then back then no one had got paid yet. I was saying that I wouldn't pay him more than Nick Bosa until people started getting paid more than Nick Bosa, who were not better than Nick Bosa, because I was talking about Micah Parsons' ineffectiveness in the run game. Why is he ineffective? Micah Parsons is an undersized edge rusher. Micah Parsons did not come to the Dallas Cowboys to be an edge rusher. He didn't. He was supposed to be a linebacker. Micah Parsons is a freak athlete. Of course he was going to be able to rush the passer from the edge. Micah Parsons is a freak athlete. Period. End of story. He's a freak athlete. He's strong. He's fast. He's powerful. He's quick, depending upon what he's doing. Of course he's going to be able to beat average defensive ends. Average offensive tackles. He struggles against the good to premier offensive tackles. And Micah Parsons even talked about this last year. In particular, in the New Orleans Saints game, they did a number on him. Go back and watch the tape. They did a number on Micah Parsons. See, Micah Parsons is not one of those big defensive ends like Myles Garrett, like Nick Bosa, where teams run away from them sometimes. No, Micah Parsons, it's a strategy. Run at him. Run at Micah Parsons. Don't run away from him. Run at him. He's undersized. Period. End of story. We're not going to bash Micah Parsons, but we got to be honest. Micah Parsons is a liability in your run game. His pursuit is fine. It's not his pursuit. It's the point of attack with Micah Parsons. It's the point of attack. It's the bigger defensive tackles, the point of attack. When he is not in attack mode, when Micah Parsons is not in up the field mode, when they are running at him in attack mode, what does he do? He can't go around. See, when you're quick, powerful, fast. You don't go through. If you look at the way he pass rushes, it's not like he's bull rushing off offensive tackles. It's not like he's just running through them. No, Michael is powerful. He's quick. He can run around them, dip his shoulder, make a move out, run in, put his arm under the shoulder, armpits. He's so strong, bam, throw him out of the way. Michael gets to the quarterback. But when they're running at him, the only thing Michael can do is pretty much get out of the way. That's all he can do. He's going to have to either get out of the way, or get knocked down. Get out of the way or get knocked down. And if he tries to get around the blocker, he creates a running lane. If he tries to go inside the blocker, the outside is open. This man just said 60% of the runs on the Dallas Cowboys are on the edges. Who's on the edge? Micah Parsons. You want to know something else that happened to the Dallas Cowboys last year? DeMarcus Lawrence is not a pass rusher. DeMarcus Lawrence stopped being a pass rusher pretty much when Micah Parsons got here. But where DeMarcus Lawrence was good, stopping the run. DeMarcus Lawrence was a run stopper. That's why we're thinking Marshawn Nealon was drafted to be the next DeMarcus Lawrence. We did not get Nealon to be a pass rusher. We got Nealon to be a run stopper on the edge. What happened last year? Nealon got hurt. DeMarcus Lawrence got hurt. The Cowboys were fair game on the edges. They were fair game. And teams look at the Cowboys. On a passing down, we need to know what Micah Parsons is. Watch this. On a run down, we need to know what Micah Parsons is. Yeah, on the passing down, hey, we got to double this dude. We got to make sure he does. Oh, but on the run down, well, if we double him, we run roughshod over him. This is why I'm wondering what Matt Eberflus is going to do in this situation. The Dallas Cowboys now. The Dallas Cowboys have the personnel to where Micah Parsons does not have to line up on the edge every single down and be a liability in your run game. Because let's be honest, that is not his strength from the edge, defending the run game. That's not why you want him on the edge. The only reason why you want Micah Parsons on the edge is to rush the passer. So how about this? Early downs. How about Micah Parsons lines up at the linebacker position? How about that part? How about you line him up at the linebacker position on early downs? And then on passing downs, now you move him to the edge. Move him to the edge to where he can be more effective for your team. Because if you're going to keep him on the edge, all the downs, he's a liability. Not because and a lot of people when you start saying this, ooh, you hating on Micah Parsons. No, you must put this man in the best position to succeed. And he is not in the best position to succeed on early downs if you know that teams are going to run at him. Because if they run at him and they get off to the edge, guess who's left over there? I'm just telling you, he's a liability on the edge. If you're talking about running, he's a liability on the edge. Why not put him at linebacker? Early downs. Line him up on the edge. Passing downs. How much more effective is Micah Parsons on your team? I'm sorry, I've been saying this. I just think he's out of position. Some people don't like when you say that, but I'm telling you, this man is out of position. He did not come here to be an edge rusher. Just because he's good at it doesn't mean that he's the most effective at it. What do I mean by that? 3rd and long, put him on the edge. 3rd and 10, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7, put him on the edge. First down and 10, put him at backer. Second and 8, put him at backer. Anything above 3rd and 4, I guess. Anything above 3rd and 4, where you know it could be a passing down, put him on the edge. You will baffle defense. You'll baffle offenses with Micah Parsons. But if you're just going to keep sitting him on the left side of the field, letting him put his hand down in the dirt, with some of the teams we're going against this year, do not be surprised if Micah Parsons is neutralized more than we've ever seen him. Left tackle play is better on good teams. Left tackle play, right tackle play. Okay, he's lining up on the left. So right tackle play even. Right tackle play is really good in the NFL. Michael Parsons would, I don't know. I don't know why they don't move him around. The left tackle play is good in the NFL, but if there's anywhere I would want Michael Parsons coming from at least from time to time, how about coming from the quarterback's blind side? But if you're just going to keep lining them up on the left side of the field, some of these right tackles in the league, they're good. Some of them are great. And we're about to run up against some teams to where they're going to have some right tackle play. Michael Parsons will be neutralized in some of these games. They have got to figure out how to use this man better. And now Brian Broaddus is letting us in on something. Michael Parsons is a part of the liability in the run game, and we're putting it all on Mazi Smith. You ask us, what's the Dallas Cowboys run game problem? Mazi Smith. Even I've been repeating some of this stuff. If we can fix the one-tech position. No. Brian Broaddus is letting us in on something that is blatantly apparent to us. I actually mentioned this during the season last year. And Michael Parsons was even talking about how teams attack him. Michael said the teams, when they play us, they run at me, they run away from me, they send the chip, they send the tight end. They're attacking me. Yeah, you're undersized, bro. You're undersized. And we don't have the defensive coordinators. We don't have the, I want to see what Brian and Eberflus do. Because I want to see, can we get a coach with some kahunas? Can we get a coach and say, Michael Parsons, you don't get to play where you want to play anymore. Mike Zimmer would just let the man line up where he want to. What are you doing? Can we get a coach to say, Michael, you're very talented, but I'm the coach. You may play this game better than me, but I know this game better than you. How about we work together? And you let me put you in the best position to succeed. And trust me when I tell you, if you will allow us to put you in the best position to succeed, not only does this team win, I promise you, your performance, if you think your performance in the past has been something, I promise you, you'll make that look like child's play. Michael has got to start being in the scheme. Because I don't think Michael's ever in the scheme. I don't. There's a scheme, and Michael Parsons gets to do what he wants to do. But then when we can't stop the run, the ball being ran on the 60% of the time on the edges, oh, it's Mazi Smith's fault. Mazi Smith ain't playing on the edges. Mazi isn't playing on the edges. And we're talking about Mazi, but if 60% of the runs on us last year were on the edges, maybe we need to put some more attention on the edges and start thinking about how we actually going to use Michael Parsons. I'm just telling us, this is just the beginning of how he is breaking this thing down. It's just the beginning. Let me read a couple comments and then we're going to keep getting into this. I'm just telling you. Goes to Mike McCarthy. He said the days in the field has changed from the days of the 90 Ravens. I'm sorry, the 2000 Ravens. It protects quarterbacks and wide receivers and rewards pass-friendly O-line offenses. Stopping the run is important, but your D needs to get to the quarterback too. Goes to Mike McCarthy. Let me tell you what I've learned about this NFL, though. And let me tell you what I know. And I know you know this, and I know y'all know this. You ever notice what happens when you get to the playoffs? Isn't it strange that there's a running back renaissance? Isn't it strange that all of a sudden we watched in the draft this year a frenzy, not for skill positions. We watched a frenzy. I'm telling you, if my son would have been in the draft this year, and if he would have been a tackle, a guard on offense, if he's a tackle or a guard on offense, I don't care if he's ranked in the 3rd round. He probably would have won in the 2nd round this year. Because all of a sudden, everybody wants to go back to playing this game the way it used to be played. Ball control. Control the line of scrimmage. Run the ball. Stop the run. Then rush the passer. You're going to see this starting to come back. Because we noticed this by the draft. Did we notice how high some of the running backs went? The Philadelphia Eagles mimicked the 90s Cowboys. They mimicked the 90s Cowboys and some of the teams of that time. But I think Dallas was the greatest representative of a power run team in the 90s. They mimicked it. They mimicked what the Cowboys did. They mimicked it. And the Philadelphia Eagles, goes to Mike McCarthy. I appreciate what you said. But you want to know why the Philadelphia Eagles won? Think about what you said. It protects the quarterbacks and wide receivers and rewards pass-friendly offenses. Isn't it strange? A team that's not pass-friendly, they won the Super Bowl. We don't find that to be strange? In Jalen Hurts' 2022 Super Bowl, let me pull up the box score for you. They could not win. Philly could not win trying to shoot out with the Kansas City Chiefs. They couldn't do it. If you look at this man's, I'm just telling you, I've already shown this stuff before. If you look at this man's box score in 2022, it will blow your mind. Jalen Hurts' Super Bowl performance in 2022 will blow your mind. And it'll make you say, how in the world did he not win the Super Bowl in that season? Let me show you. Hey, we got time. It's Saturday. Amen, Walls. We got time. I'm going to show you something. Because goes to Mike McCarthy's on something. This is where all these teams were. Goes to Mike McCarthy, you're exactly right. This is where these teams were pre-2024. But Saquon Barkley and the Philadelphia Eagles, they changed the way people thought this year. And that's why the draft reflected it. That's why everybody went offensive and defensive line hungry. They went crazy. They went literally crazy. Let me show you something. I want to show you these Philadelphia Eagle box scores. I've already shown this before. These doggone 2022 Eagles, when they went to the Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you, okay, here it is right here. Let's see, wait a minute, is this the one? Hold on. I'm going to show you the difference in how teams started thinking different after this last Super Bowl that the Eagles actually won. Hold on. All right. I'm going to show you a tale of two cities, as the old book went that we read back in the day. Y'all give me just a moment. I'm going to show you how this thing looked totally different once the Eagles did what they did this year. Okay, I think that was what, the 20, I'm thinking that was the 2022 Super Bowl, right? That was the season I think they went to the Super Bowl and lost to the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, let me see if I can pull this up. All right. So what I'm going to do, let me show you Jalen Hurts stats. Let me show you Jalen Hurts stats from this past season. This was Jalen Hurts stats. Now, I want you to look at the score. The score in this Super Bowl was 40-22. And I want to keep using Goes to Mike McCarthy because this statement that he makes is actually so powerful because it shows you how there's all of a sudden a changing of the guard in this league. And the Philadelphia Eagles have caused a resurgence, a renaissance, not only for running backs, but there's also a resurgence and a renaissance for the importance of the offensive and defensive line play. So, with the Kansas City Chiefs, they definitely go down as a pass-happy team. That's exactly what he's describing. But a non-pass-happy team beat the Kansas City Chiefs. A non-pass-happy team beat the Kansas City Chiefs. And when you look at Jalen Hurts' box score, look at this. 17 of 22, 221 yards and 2 touchdowns and 1 interception. You're not beating most teams in the Super Bowl with those numbers. You're not beating most teams. And I promise you, that doesn't beat the Kansas City Chiefs in 2022. And I'm going to prove my point. That doesn't beat the Kansas City Chiefs in 2022. But you know what beat the Chiefs in 2022? When you start digging deeper into these box scores. This is where you find out the tale of the tape. They beat the absolute brakes. They beat the absolute brakes off of the Kansas City Chiefs. And I was trying to look at the defense, the defensive stats here. This thing is struggling today. I can only pull a lot of this stuff up real early. Let's see here. I'm telling you, and even this doesn't tell the tale of the story. But I want you to look at their defense. Their defense. Look at how many sacks they racked up. 2, 4.5, 5.5, 6. Let me tell you something. If your quarterback got sacked 6 times in the Super Bowl, you lost. You lost. The Philadelphia Eagles defensive line won this game for them. They actually should have been the MVP. Their offensive and defensive line, their defensive line won this Super Bowl for them, hands down. I'm going to come to your comments in just a moment in the Super Chats. Look at the amount of interceptions. They forced Patrick Mahomes into 2 interceptions. They destroyed them. But look at this. Somebody's got to explain to me. How does Jalen Hurts, 17 of 22, 2 touchdowns and 1 interception, can you tell me how do you beat a team 40-22? How do you do that with that kind of play? Saquon Barkley? Saquon Barkley, 25 of 57? How did they do this? I can tell you how they did it. The lines of scrimmage. The lines of scrimmage. When you can pick 6, strip sack, fumble, when you can do all those things with your defensive line, make the Kansas City Chiefs absolutely one-dimensional. And because the Kansas City Chiefs couldn't run the ball, the game was over. That's how you beat teams. That's how you beat teams. The Philadelphia Eagles, not a pass-happy team, beat a pass-happy team. Everybody is trying to do this now. Everybody thinks they can do what Philly did, which is exactly what the Cowboys did in the 90s. I'm not gonna give Philly all this credit like they solved the great riddle of the Sphinx. No. Let me take you back. Watch this. Watch how these two Super Bowls are different. And the part I want to show you, somebody got to explain this to me. Can you explain to me how Jalen Hurts didn't win this Super Bowl? Tell me how they didn't win it. You want to talk about an MVP performance? In the 2022 Super Bowl, which was the 2023 year, Jalen Hurts was incredible. Look at this. This man was 27 of 38, 304 yards, 1 touchdown. On the ground, 15 of 70, 4.7 yards a carry, 3 touchdowns. Jalen Hurts put the Philadelphia Eagles on his back in 2022, and that's why they lost. And that's why they lost. That's why they lost. I can explain it to you so simple. Jalen Hurts did it all. Where was the defense? Defense gave up 38 points. Defense gave up 38 points. Jalen Hurts went past happy. They got beat. Philadelphia came back the next time and said, nope, we're doing it different. We're not going past happy. We're going to let our defense set the tone. Could you ever imagine a conversation of, let's make Patrick Mahomes one-dimensional? Just imagine this conversation. Yeah, we're going to make Patrick Mahomes one-dimensional. What? Yeah. See, that's what defenses do. See, when you got a defense, and this is the problem that I want us to understand about the Cowboys. See, when you got a defense like the Eagles had this year, when you got a defense like the Cowboys had in 92, 93, 94, 95, when you got defenses like that, see, you don't need your quarterback to have these type of performances. Now, you don't need 27 to 38, 304, 70 yards rushing, 4.7 yards to carry, 15 carries and 3 touchdowns. You don't need your quarterback to get 4 touchdowns and go for almost 400 yards. You don't need that. You got this man, put the team on his back. That's an MVP performance, and you lost the game? And I don't find it strange that Jalen Hurts, the first words out of his mouth this year when they put the microphone in his face, defense wins championships. Can we break it down a little further? Offensive and defensive lines. They win championships. And this is why everyone you're noticing, what was the frenzy? What was the goal rush frenzy this season? O-line, D-line. O-line, D-line. Everybody want O-line, D-line. Why? They want to be able to stop the run. They want to be able to rush the passer. And then on the flip side, watch what they're saying. And we want to be able to run the ball and stop our passer from being rushed. This is what everybody's saying. All at the same time. All at the same time. And that's what the Cowboys could do in the 90s. They could run the ball. They could protect the passer. They could stop the run. They could get after the passer. That's the formula. That's the formula. And people say, oh, Dak Prescott isn't good. You don't need a quarterback to be elite to win Super Bowls when you got that down. We've indicted ourselves and we don't even realize it. And that's why I think this conversation is fascinating with Brian Broaddus. You don't need elite quarterback play to win the Super Bowl when you have an elite line. When you have elite and good lines of scrimmage, you don't need elite quarterback play to win Super Bowls. We're indicting ourselves. You need elite quarterback play. And I got news for you. And even that ain't good enough. Even that ain't good enough against the right team. Tell me Jalen Hurts didn't play elite level football in 2022. That's the Super Bowl he should have won. He should have won that Super Bowl, rolled out of there with the MVP, as in he earned it. Nope. Had the performance of a lifetime and lost. Rolled into 2024. Pretty pedestrian. Yeah, pretty pedestrian. Nothing really spectacular. Yeah, he made one great throw to Devontae Smith. He made a couple of great throws. But for the most part, man, the defensive line for the Philadelphia Eagles had the Kansas City Chiefs shook. Had them boys shook. And that's why it's amazing to me. And I think what Brian Broaddus is talking about is fascinating. We think Mazi Smith, one tech. One tech. We get the one tech fixed. We on our way. He got some more stuff for you. He got some more stuff for you. I'm telling you, boy, if y'all have not heard this interview, I don't understand why more people aren't talking about it. This man is dropping atomic bombs. Bleeding Blue, appreciate that super chat. Yes, sir. $4.99 super chat. Bleeding Blue says Michael has tried it his way. Now it is time to try it the right way. I think Brian Schottenheimer is that coach. And we're going to see. Because he's going to have his real test. After Michael signs that contract, the real test is coming up in training camp. We about to see what Brian is about. Because I'm going to tell you something. Mike McCarthy was not about that business. Dan Quinn, Micah Parsons actually played into the way that Dan Quinn likes to play. Dan Quinn doesn't mind the smaller offensive linemen because he likes to play up the field. I don't think Micah Parsons is still over Dan Quinn. Because Dan Quinn, I told us during the season, he likes a mercenary defense. Everybody, get after the ball. Get after the ball. Wherever the ball is, that's where I want you. Get after the ball. Take chances. I'm not so worried about you being in position. I'm not worried about gap control. I'm not worried about all those things. All I want you to do is get to the quarterback, get to the ball, cause turnovers, and if you can, score. Sound like the Legion of Boom, doesn't it? The only difference is the Legion of Boom was an elite defense. Their talent was elite level talent. You can't take the Legion of Boom philosophy everywhere. They were ultra talented. He likes those smaller guys. So Michael played into that. But we got to understand something. That's not going to work today because these teams are saying, nah, bruh. We building trenches up in this thing. We are building offensive and defensive lines. And we're not tolerating little dudes out of position running up in here trying to cause havoc. No, they're not going to do it. I think that I do believe they're going to have to be smart this year. They have enough personnel. They don't have to play Micah. They do not have to play Micah at the defensive end position full time anymore. He's going to get his money. We don't have to have that argument no more. Man, get your money. Come on and get your money. Sign, get your money, and get your butt where we want you. The Cowboys are going to have to play smart with Micah Parsons because I'm telling you, having him rushing off the left side of the line is not going to be the ticket anymore. Angie the Rebel Chicks in the crib. Appreciate that super chat. Yeah. Angie says under the cost of having a hybrid Micah. Yeah. You're exactly right. Yeah. Micah is the blessing. We're not going to take anything away from this dude. but he's the curse if you're going to let him play out of position all the time. You cannot allow Michael Parsons to continue to go up against these big right tackles week after week after week after week anymore, especially when they're going to just line up a tight end on that side, line up a tight end and a right tackle, line up the tight end beside the right tackle. Michael Parsons is irrelevant after that. There's nothing he can do to you in the run game. Now, once you run past him, he can pursue you. But at the point of attack, he's neutralized. Why? He's undersized. He's undersized. He is. Angie said, what happened to Michael being a chess piece? The queen, but it seemed like a tic-tac-toe to me. Michael was the X to run away from. Hey, not run away from him, run at him. Run at him. But Angie, appreciate the super chat. Again, you got to use him as the chess piece. That's exactly right. You got to use him as the chess piece. Don't just line him up on the left side of the field anymore. Stop just lining this man up at the left defensive end position. And Mike Zimmer even, hey, Michael, line up where you want to. Do you know where Michael predominantly lined up? He's still predominantly lined up on the left. No, Mike Zimmer, how about you be the defensive coordinator and you say, Michael, this is where I want you. Somebody's going to have to, and I said this before, somebody's going to have to start coaching Michael Parsons too. Yeah, I said it. Somebody's going to have to start coaching Michael Parsons too. Somebody's going to have to stop letting Michael Parsons just function off of pure athleticism. Yes, he's an athletic freak. Now, can we coach him? Now, can we coach him? Can we let him be an athletic freak under control? Can we now use him, as Angie just mentioned? Now, can we use him as the chess piece? Can somebody have enough nerve to say Michael Parsons is third and short? We're not lining you up on the edge, brother. I said it. I said it. Can somebody say, Michael, we're not lining you up on the left side of the field on 3rd and 2. We're not lining you up on the left side of the field on 3rd and 1. Michael, you're not playing on the line in goal line defense. We're not lining you up over there. You're going to play linebacker for us in short yardage. That's where you're going to be. You're going to play linebacker for us in short yardage. We're going to put you in position to succeed. I don't understand it. Man, coaching matters. You got to be the coach. And when you got a player like Michael Parsons, man, you got to use this dude. You got to use him in the right way. And so it is fascinating to me. We're talking about we're talking about Mazi Smith and one tech, and that's the key to the Cowboys winning. And teams, meanwhile, laughing at us because they're running on the edge almost 60% of the time. Greatness, what's up? Greatness said, I've been saying this about Mazi. I hate how Brian, he said, say it, Greatness. He said, I hate how Brian boo-boo on this man for 3 years, and now all of a sudden, he's all on it. I said, yes, sir. I see what you're saying, Greatness. Yeah. Now he's saying, might not be all Mazi. You think? I'm just telling us. Dr. Luna said you can stop the run of today's pass in NFL. A top quarterback will step up and win. No, he won't, because Patrick Mahomes didn't win the Super Bowl. Nope. I just destroyed your whole argument. No. Because I'm sorry, but Patrick Mahomes, Dak Delusional, is the elite of the elite. Just because he lost to the best team in the league, he is still the elite of the elite. He's the only quarterback in this, as far as our era right now, he's the only quarterback to win the Super Bowl without a top 10 defense. He's the only one to do it. So don't tell me he going to step up and win, Dak Delusional, because he didn't step up and win. He got mollywopped in the Super Bowl. He got absolutely mollywopped. They made this man look less than pedestrian. I bet you Patrick Mahomes is still having nightmares about that beating. No, this is not about, no, this is the issue. The Cowboys mastered this. We're not worried about elite quarterback play as much as we're worried about elite play, in particular on our offensive and defensive line. When you can control the game with your offensive and defensive line, one interception in the first quarter does not destroy your team. Heck, 2 interceptions in the first half don't destroy your team. Do we not realize that Patrick Mahomes Jalen Hurts threw an interception early in the Philadelphia game in the Super Bowl? Man, the Philadelphia defense said, oh, hold on a second, man. Hold our drink. Jalen Hurts, don't even worry about it. We're going to go right back out here. They will not see that end zone. They will not see that end zone. Man, no. Again, your name Fisher, Dak Delusional. I appreciate you. That's delusional talk. Man, when your defense is what it is, you do not understand the leeway that you have to absolutely destroy teams. Greatness. Those linebackers need to stop playing hero ball. Gregory Davis. This is my theory. The pressure on Mazi was intense with him being a first-round pick. Yes, sir, it was. That is a lot of pressure. This is the third defensive coordinator. Eberflus scheme is perfect for him. Gregory Davis, I'm going to tack on to what you said. And we don't realize it is the talk. Dak Delusional, no offense to you. But it's the same. It's the talk that Dak Delusional does. It's the talk that Jerry Jones is doing. How you going to take the quarterback into the doggone playoffs talking about, yeah, we only go as far as the quarterback goes. Tell me another team that says that stupid stuff. That's the pressure you're putting on the quarterback? Heck no. Heck no. I'm not putting that on my quarterback. I'm telling my whole team, in the infamous words of Bill Belichick, do your job. Everybody do your doggone job. Do your job. That's what you do. Do your job. I got news for y'all. Y'all do know that if the quarterback throws an interception, y'all do know what the job of the defense is, right? The job of the defense is if the quarterback throws an interception, you go back out there and get the ball back. That's your job. If the running back fumbles, you know what your job is, defense? Get the ball back and don't let them score. That's your job. That's what we got a defense for. That's their job, to stop the other team from scoring. That's their job. I'm telling us this league is changing. At least they're trying to. They're understanding the effectiveness of a great defensive line and a great offensive line. And again, let's get back to Brian. Brian is spelling out some things that we need to acknowledge. This isn't all about Mazi. And he about to call out some players without calling out some players. Check out his next line.
Feasting on the outside.
The outside part of it, but we focus, and I say this because I think as fans, we immediately think defensive tackle process.
Did you hear Brian? Did I not tell y'all have I not been saying this the whole week? The defensive tackle talk. Did I not tell y'all? It's fan talk. I told y'all it's fan talk. That's fan talk. When they were talking about wide receiver, that was Cowboys talk. That was Brian Schottenheimer talk. That was Stephen Jones talk. But as we talk about the one tech, I don't hear that coming out of the Dallas Cowboys facility. I don't hear that coming out of the Dallas Cowboys facility. I don't hear that talk. And this leads me to believe that they may even know. And Brian is actually going to say something later in this conversation that also lets me know inside the building, they're not thinking like the fans. They're not thinking like the fans inside the building. They're not thinking inside this building that the one tech is the end all to be all of the Dallas Cowboys run game problems. That is not what they're thinking in the building. And Brian Broaddus is going to prove it. It's fan talk. And I told y'all that was fan talk. And that's why I even said the Cowboys got to be careful bringing in DJ Reader. They really need to manage the psyche of one Mazi Smith. Because now greatness, because I haven't listened to Brian like this other than this year, becoming a content creator, because now you're listening and watching things a lot differently. But greatness is saying that he's been listening to Brian Broaddus. And he's been listening to Brian Broaddus poo-poo on Mazi Smith. And now all of a sudden, Brian's doing a 180 on Mazi Smith when he's caused some of the hell as it pertains to Mazi Smith. But what changed Brian Broaddus' mind? He gonna tell us in this interview. I think what changed his mind is somebody inside the facility. Because they're not thinking like the fans. I'm just telling you they're not. And I told y'all this. They're not thinking like the fans. This one tech talk is not the Dallas Cowboys. This is us saying, this is the fan base saying, the key to the Super Bowl, the key to the Cowboys winning. And if the Cowboys don't get a one tech, it's going to be more the same. No. Brian Broaddus is now saying, no, it's going to be more the same if everyone else isn't fixed too. Watch what he says. This is fan talk.
Problems. But you also, I'm in that mode right now where, okay, I'm watching this. I'm like, okay, yeah.
Wait. Now you hear what he said? I'm in the mode right now. I'm in the mode right now. I think some things inside the building. I think there are a couple of content creators. I can't remember who they were off the top of my head. They went in and started talking about Mazi wasn't as bad as people think. I'm telling y'all, this one tech talk that we've been all on is fan talk. And I'm not knocking it, but it's fan talk. I think Matt Eberflus and this team has went inside and watched this film, and they've said, this isn't a Mazi issue. I think they've said, this is not a Mazi issue. And that's why now he says, now I'm in this mode. What got him there? What got him there? Something triggered him to go and examine this. Listen what he says.
It is. Ball's going to the edge. Ball's getting to the outside.
Mm-hmm.
It's not at the tackles. It's on the outside again. And I'm looking at this and I'm watching the tape of things of how they're playing run defense.
Yeah.
And then I go in and I look at some metrics and I say 871 yards before contact.
What did I tell y'all before? Some of the things that I say, you're going to get these things in your head. What did I tell y'all? There are people who try to disregard the stats. I just want to help you to change your way of thinking. Never, ever condemn the stats. Don't you do it. Never, ever condemn the box score. Don't you ever do it. And definitely don't disregard the film. You know what you do? You take all three of those things. You don't throw away the stats and start calling people names like stat heads or stat fools or whatever other name people come up with because people look at stats. No, you take those stats and go, what's the story behind them? Let's go to the box score. Let's go to the box score. Now let's go to the film. They're all three telling the same story. They're all three telling the same story. Brian is saying he got stats. Somebody said something to him too. Got stats. Went back and watched the film. And now the film is telling them something different. Greatness? I'm just calling out greatness again. Greatness said he been poo-pooing on him for 3 years. So why didn't he watch the tape for 3 years? Newhouse fam in the crib, I see you. Hey, Sugar Daddy Williams, what's going on, man? Hey, I'm struggling, man. I'm struggling calling you Sugar Daddy, but as a man, I'm struggling calling you Sugar Daddy. But again, what's going on? What's going on, Sugar Daddy Williams? What's going on? But again, yeah, ball control protects your defense. It does. Now, that doesn't mean you don't need to have ball control. But that does mean that, hey, you also need to be the kind of defense that if somebody slips up, somebody fumbles, a punt gets blocked, something happens, your defense needs to be able to rise to the occasion. We need your defense to be able to rise to the occasion. Cool Breeze 22, he said run the ball. Got to have an offensive line to do it. Got to have an offensive line to do it. Got to have an offensive line to be able to stop it. Jameson Taylor in the house, good. Hope everything's well with you. Yeah. Damon the Bama boy said it was Saquon taking the pressure off Jalen Hurts. Yeah. And also that defense. It helps. It does. But Brian is saying something here. Check him out.
It was the 5th worst in the league.
Whoa.
When it came to that.
Whoa.
When it came to where they were picking up ball carriers.
Everybody's.
Now, do y'all remember what I said about Michael Parsons? Because Michael Parsons is undersized. Where you beat Michael Parsons is at the point of attack. It's at the point of attack. And last year they were talking about this. The Dallas Cowboys, including Michael Parsons, was getting blown off the ball. That's what happens when you're undersized. You get blew off the ball, man. Straight up, you get blew off the ball. Suge Midnight in the crib. It's about balance. Yeah. It's all about who's getting paid what on the Cowboys team. It has been in the past. You're right, Suge. I hope they change that this year. Now, I'm not tripping on, okay, we know who guys are. Well, I'm not tripping on those guys. Okay, we know why we're paying you. But at the same time, you still got to be able to push those guys to really step up. You got to be able to push them. Jared Thomas, he said the Eagles in 2022 did not get a sack and barely any pressures on Mahomes. You can't win Super Bowls typically when your defense is in that regard, does virtually nothing. Jared, this is what happens when you put everything on the back of the quarterback. This is what happens when you put everything on the back of the quarterback. It don't matter what we do. Our quarterback will do it. No, don't put your quarterback in that mode because you're not going to win a lot of games. You're not going to win a lot of games. You're not. You're not going to win a lot of games. You're just not. You want to win games defense? Put your quarterback in position to win. How about you give him short fields? How about you stop the run? How about you get a couple of turnovers? How about you get a strip sack fumble? How about if somebody fumbles? How about if somebody makes a turnover? How about you go back out there and get that doggone ball back, defense? How about you do that? That's what you do. That's exactly what you do. All right, I'm going to skip down some. My man Daniel M in here. I'm good to see you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Daniel M. I'm telling you, boy, I'm glad you on. This is a conversation for you. This is a conversation for you. I'm telling you, this is great, man. I thought about you when I watched this. Check him out.
He's getting blown off the ball.
Yeah, Cowboys getting blown off the ball.
Hey, guys, did you know?
Cowboys were getting blown off the ball. And I'm going to say this as I keep going. I think we need to change our mentality. And I think this is what Brian is trying to do. We play the blame game around here a lot. We play the blame game. We pick a player and say he's the problem. And y'all know I said this before about Dak Prescott. we blame Dak for everything. Dak plays every position. We got to stop blaming Dak for everything. If you look at the performances around Dak Prescott in these losing playoff games, they have not been good. They just haven't. It's the truth. They haven't been good.
I'm looking at a team also that only had 52 run stuffs when it came to. That was worst in the league. Just give you an example. Cleveland Browns were the best team in the league when it came to playing the run, when it came to run stops, where it's at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage stuffs. No gain, that kind of thing. 110 of those.
Wow, so they more than doubled you up.
Yeah. That's the difference between, and then when you watch,
weak at the point of attack.
I challenge people, don't let defensive tackle be this low-hanging fruit.
I do think if you had great defensive tackle play, your guys would run more freely. They'd be in spots.
That's a myth at times.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
That's a myth. That's a myth.
Well, I don't want to let everybody off the hook. But
I'm not letting
Marquise Bell, Wanye Thomas, Mukawamu, all guys were talking about playing slot or stepping up in safety, all horrible against the run.
Uh-oh. Yeah. They're both making great points. We specifically have targeted Mazi Smith as the issue behind our run problems. They're saying he's not. And Robert Simmons, what's going on? They're not saying you don't need a one tech. They're saying that's not the answer to the problems. You can bring in DJ Reader all you want to, but they're saying something that makes so much sense. There are 10 other guys that are missing tackles too. And they're missing a lot of them because if 60% of the runs are to the outside, who's really missing all the tackles? That's all they're saying. They're not saying you don't need another one tech. They're not necessarily saying they need a one tech. They're saying something that I think we all need to be gravitating toward. This entire defense needs improvement. This entire defense needs better tackling. We need better tackling from the linebackers, better tackling from the cornerbacks, better tackling from the safeties. No, we need better tackling all the way around is what they're saying. And the one tech isn't the answer. It is not the answer to the Dallas Cowboys run problems. Will it help? Yes. It doesn't solve the rest of the riddle. Angie the Rebel Chicks, she says, appreciate you. Angie, I'm struggling. That's what I said. Angie, I said I'm struggling. Called another man sugar daddy. Angie said, call another man sugar daddy. It's like, call the man, tell him good night. I saw they been doing that on the net. Ain't no way I'm calling another man unless it's my sons. And even then, I'll leave that to his mama. Like calling the man to tell him good night. Definitely gives off Diddy vibes. She says, scrambling and scraping. Be careful. Oh, man, I told you I'm struggling with it. I'm struggling. I appreciate you, Angie. I'm struggling. But again, I'm telling us, man, this dude is dropping some bombs in this thing. He's giving us some facts. Yeah. Oh, man. Brother Williams. I'm going to call you Brother Williams. Is that all right? Brother Williams said context always matters. Yep. Facts. Is Mazi finally going to go from a Hugo to a Mazi? I think he is, Damon Bama boy, because I think that Brian Schottenheimer, Angie, we talked about this last night. Brian is trying to alleviate some of the pressure from Dak Prescott. And now that I'm listening, it sounds like he's trying to alleviate some of the pressure also from Mazi Smith, Tyler Guyton, by saying how good these guys are doing. We've heard they're having good camps, good OTAs. They're going to make steps. And if you listen to how they've been talking to this team, I said it before, they're trying to get this team out of the mode of blaming and finger pointing. They don't want people in the locker room talking about if Mazi step up, we can win. No, we all need to step up. If Dak, we go as far as Dak. No, we go as far as we go. We got to stop this dumb talk of one player defining games, defining a season. It's time for the whole team to step up. Calvin Roscoe, what's going on? Appreciate that super chat. Calvin Roscoe, he said, so what will change? Because Michael will be on the edge and he's lightweight against the run. Calvin, I want to see. This is going to be a test for Brian Schottenheimer. Now, Calvin, if we remember, Matt Eberflus in his interview said, they said, where are you going to play Michael? He said he's going to rush the passer. So that tells me that it sounds like Eberflus is saying that we're going to put him where we need to put him. And he's going to rush the passer. We didn't say where he's going to play. He's going to rush the passer. I see you, SD. SD said, just call me SD. Hey, SD, that the ladies call you sugar. The ladies call you sugar daddy. I feel you. Hey, Lil Wayne said it ain't tricking if you got it. I'm just saying. Lil Wayne said it ain't tricking if you got it. Hallelujah. He said, geez, the only content creator I know that can turn a 5-minute video into 5 hours of content, bro. He said that's a gift. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Hey, I'm telling you. Brian dropping bombs. Brian is dropping bombs, guys. Check him out. Now, greatness. Tell me again. Now, you saying that Brian wasn't talking like this the last 3 years, right?
Example. If you now, I'm going to use Pro Football Focus's run defensive grades for these.
Pay attention. He said he went to the stats. He went to the film. Now he's going to Pro Football Focus. You got to use it all.
Players.
Yeah.
And you tell me if it's fair or not. Micah Parsons' run defensive grade is 65.5. That's 44th for his position.
Did y'all hear that? Let's translate that into Google Gaga. Micah Parsons isn't good against the run. Straight up. He's not good against the run. And we're about to make him the highest paid defensive end, highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. I'm just telling you, Brian said it, I didn't.
Out of 116.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about Diggs, the corner?
Uh-oh.
Bottom
40,
10%.
43.9. He's 101st out of 105 playing run defense off the edge.
Trayvon Diggs, terrible against the run. Now, watch this. I want you to imagine this. I asked this question earlier. I wanted Brian to get to this. So if Micah Parsons, if you're the cornerback on the side of Micah Parsons, and they're running at Micah Parsons, what do you think that means for that cornerback? That joker is going to be put in positions that he's going to have to tackle all the time. All the time. Because they're going to get around the edge. They're going to get to the secondary. That cornerback is going to have to tackle all the time. So whoever that cornerback is, he better be able to tackle. He better be able to tackle. And Trayvon Diggs suffered at tackling this year. He's saying something. And we all knew that he wasn't good at tackling anyway.
Bottom 5%. That's no surprise at all.
Oso Digizua, 50.8.
Yeah.
77 out of 144.
I made this point during the season. Oso Digizua is an up-the-field defensive tackle. He gets a lot of pressure on the quarterback. Let's put that in context. He gets a lot of pressure on the quarterback. But when it comes to the run, we're talking about Mazi. I said this last season. Osa not too good either in the run. Osa not too good either in the run. He's not. You would think he would be way better in the run. He's not. He's not.
That's why overall he's like the 25th best defensive tackle, even though he's top 5 as a pass rusher.
Boom. Boom. I said that last year and people got in their feelings. Osa Odigizua is one of the best pass rushing defensive tackles in football. He's not even middle of the pack stopping the run. And we keep talking about Mazi. We keep talking about Mazi. And it don't mean that we don't need a one tech. That's not the conversation. The conversation is maybe we putting a little too much on Mazi. How about we spread this thing around and say, hey, got a lot of us that's the problem. Got a lot of us that's the problem.
Wilson, the safety, 56.6.
Whoa.
He's 67th out of 96.
Terrible safety tackling too. And the crazy thing is, Angie, that Donovan Wilson is, I believe, one of the best tacklers on the team.
Safeties playing.
And he's the second best safety you have in run defense, even though it's horrible. And Malik Hooker is actually like the best run-stopping defensive back.
No, I meant Malik Hooker. I'm sorry, Malik Hooker.
77.8. He's 63 out of 93.
He's fast and tough. That's enough to get the job done better than anybody else.
Look at this.
I challenge folks out there to be better at this.
I appreciate Reality Cowboy. He said Mazi needs better coaching. Yeah. And again, Reality Cowboy, I think that's the reason why I'm telling us, and I've been saying this all week, this one tech talk, that's fan talk. That's fan talk. I think this team has talked internally. They've looked at tape internally. They're looking at the stats. They're looking at everything, and they're saying, hey, man, it's coaching. It's coaching. That's what the issue is. And Brian Schottenheimer is issuing a challenge to his position coaches. Coach these guys better. Coach these guys better, and they'll be better. We're going to see. We're going to see if the rubber meets the road.
Okay. I challenge you to, and I'm not saying you have to be a former scout or anything like, but you can take NFL.com and you can go look at the best run defenses in the league. You can. You could sit down, you have a little time, and you really want to learn about this. Go watch who plays run defense and how they play it well. And then go back and watch what your Dallas Cowboys do.
Yeah.
Mike Zimmer and them, I mean,
they go get Kenneth Murray Jr. to fix it.
Yards after contact or yards before contact.
Yeah.
You talk about the players and I went through a sample size of all the positions. I didn't just focus on, Mazi Smith, sure, his defense, that to me is low-hanging fruit. We know that Mazi struggles to play the run. We get it. But I think right now we're into that point where we just get so focused on one position.
There it is.
Where in reality, they're not good. They're not good on the edge. They're not good at tackle.
Nope.
Linebackers struggled.
Nope.
Corners struggled.
Nope.
In today's dangerous world.
Now, do you see what I'm telling you? Brian is saying the same thing I'm saying. We have done this. Let me tell you about people. Let me tell you about people. We have people who are fans of the team. Talk about Jerry Jones, terrible GM. Talk about don't play in free agency. Talk about didn't have a second wide receiver. Talk about couldn't stop the run. Talked about can't run the ball. And in the same breath, Dak Prescott's the reason why we're losing. So you gave me 5 problems, but you said Dak is the reason. This is what Brian Schottenheimer's trying to break from this franchise. We always try to pinpoint one player. We try to pinpoint one player, and we blame it all on him. Yeah, man, Mazi. Yeah, Mazi is the issue, man. He can't stop the run. Dak Prescott's the issue, man. Even though he don't have a run game, even though he don't have a line, even though he don't have a second wide receiver. Yeah, but he's still the problem because a great quarterback overcomes all that. Tell me which one it is. I'm always laughing when people say that stuff with no proof. Tell me which quarterback it is. Tell me the quarterback that's overcoming crappy line play. Tell me the quarterback that's overcoming only having one wide receiver. Tell me the quarterback that's overcoming not having a run game. Tell me who the quarterback is. I got a novel idea for us. I wonder if the entire defensive line played better, would Mazi Smith play better? I just wonder. Would they play better? Reality Cowboy, I got a feeling too. I'm with you. I got a feeling. Janie Scott in the crib. What's up? Yeah, let's go.
He struggled. That's why you play bad run defense right there.
Team effort to be this bad.
Yeah, but we tend to focus too much.
Yep.
I mean, that one technique defensive tackle is the only spot on defense where that's all you're asked to do. Please be tough against the run, get some TFLs, and knock your dudes down. And we're not doing that either. You know, so I don't want to let the defensive tackles off the hook.
I'm not letting anybody. That's why.
Boy, my man Derek Posey in the crib. Derek Posey said, "Blown off the ball is a diabolical conversation." Hey, Derek, is it not true? Is it not true? This is what he's saying, man. We've been getting blown off the ball. And we say we're getting blown off the ball because of Mazi. No, we're getting blown off the ball because of everybody. They're all getting blown off the ball. Oh, but Mazi getting blown off the ball the worst. Team effort. Michael Irvin needs to trademark competition under pressure. I told y'all what Brian is doing. He is trying to build a family, camaraderie. He is trying to build a situation of we have each other's back. So that when we find ourselves with our back against a wall, it's us against the world. And nobody is pointing fingers at nobody. We're all in this together. We win together, we'll lose together, and we're not going to sit back anymore and say that it's Dak Prescott's fault. It's Mazi Smith's fault. It's Michael Parsons' fault. It's our fault. It's either our fault or we just got dominated. Either the coaches didn't coach us, the game plan wasn't right, but whatever the case may be, however we lose, we lose. We got to get this mentality in our head. Because I'm telling you, I cannot tell you how many comments I read week after week, and it's always about one player. Brian is trying to stop that conversation. It's a dumb conversation. I've been saying it for months. It's a dumb conversation. Context is king.
That's why I didn't put Mazi Smith in there because we all know that Mazi Smith struggles. That's low-hanging fruit to me. That's
Captain Obvious.
You've got to get better at that spot.
Captain Obvious.
But we got to hope that Sanborn helps fix it and Murray position change makes him less vulnerable.
I think to me that they've got to – this is where I think that when you look at Wilson, and I said I teased something earlier about this.
Yeah.
And Doss, I don't know if you talked about it because you and I talked about it this weekend. Did you mention anything about – go ahead.
Yeah.
And you did this. You did this on a podcast.
Yeah.
And you and I were working on this together. And you and I had questions. Go ahead. Your podcast said this.
Yeah, we were wondering about Donovan Wilson, and everybody was writing he's going to be a post-June 1 cut. So, I wrote about it, howboutwow.com. I did a video about it on YouTube, How About Wow, all one word. You could go watch it. But, I think this is a huge decision for the Cowboys because they got to stop the run. He's second best safety at stopping the run. He gives you the splash plays. His coverage is horrible. But $7 million, Brian, that could go get you a defensive tackle and a linebacker and some other spots that could make you better. It could get you a tackling cornerback. I think Kendall Fuller is out there. Yeah. But they'd rather have Wilson at $7 million is my understanding. And they kind of don't know where the talk is coming from.
And here you go. And this is what I heard over the weekend. I had somebody in the front office reach out to me and says, why do you guys trying to keep getting rid of Donovan Wilson?
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling y'all, the Cowboys believe their problem is coaching. That's why that entire coaching staff last year was on notice. Not on notice that you're auditioning. No, that entire coaching staff was on notice that none of y'all coming back. Do y'all know one of the coaches the Cowboys let go that actually shocked it shocked the mess out of me? Al Harris. The Cowboys letting go of Al Harris shocked me. And then I started hearing some of the things that people were saying about Al Harris. They said that people were glad that Al Harris was gone. They said he was terrible. He was the defensive back coach. Our defensive back play last year was terrible. This team is saying something. Coaching. They believe coaching was the problem. And they feel like now they got the right coaches. We're going to see. We're going to see if it's true. We're going to see. But this call right here, somebody from inside calls up Brian. And they're saying Donovan Wilson is actually good. Maybe they're saying the previous regime had him out of position. Which I still think that in the grand scheme of things, I do think that Wanye Thomas and Marquise Bell are going to eventually be our safeties. We'll just see when that happens. Maybe it'll happen after this training camp. But again, he's saying the problem is coaching.
Why do you keep trying to get rid of him?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, the coverage aspect and all that. And he goes,
24 wasn't good. But he still had 3 takeaways?
Yeah. See, to me, and it has been. We've talked about guys that, maybe they can move on from this guy or they need to change this guy. And you're looking at stuff that's happening, with Bell. Could Bell be in the mix here? This Clark, who they brought in from Syracuse, the rookie who's getting some reps with the ones.
Yeah, he getting some play.
Could this guy be somebody all of a sudden?
Yeah.
It's kind of lining up that, well, wait a minute, you've extended Bell and Thomas and you gave one of the highest guarantees to a rookie free agent.
Yeah.
Clark.
And he's getting reps with the ones. Obviously, we have questions now about the status of Donovan Wilson when you have an undrafted Syracuse no-name getting reps with the ones.
But then I get the this doesn't make a lot of sense.
They're very legitimate questions, though. I mean,
they're absolutely, because.
But in their mind, it's like, this dude's safe.
Yeah, exactly. See, that's the thing that I'm kind of looking at right now. There's like, me personally, I'd like to see them try. Yeah, let Thomas play. Let Bell play.
Yeah.
I think those guys catch a breath of fresh air.
Sure.
Because of the coaching change.
We need to rotate it, though, because none of them can do it all. Yeah. Like Wilson's going to give you a little bit better run defense and big plays, but Wanye Thomas and Bell are both a lot better in coverage.
Right.
So I think Flus is looking at it like, if I go with Bell and Thomas, we're not going to get any big plays, and we're going to be even worse against the run. So I can kind of rotate guys in, can I?
The Sonic Scrubber.
Now, let me tell you guys something. This is going to be a change of philosophy for the Cowboys. This is why I say we're about to see what Brian Schottenheimer's made of. Let me tell you another reason why you have to get a buy-in from your team. You have to get a buy-in from your team. And let me give you an example. You get a buy-in from your team so that they trust you. So that when you start moving them around, or when you start putting them in rotation, or when you start using certain packages to where a person who last year they were a part of every package and this year they're not a part of they're not a part of every package. You got to get a buy-in from your team so that they understand that this is about the team and it's not about 53 brands. Nah, bro, this ain't about 53 brands. This isn't about what you're going to do after the game on a podcast, on a YouTube page, or whatever the case may be, because we're about to see more players doing this, and it makes perfect sense to me. I don't know about the podcast aspect, but I'm just going to tell you, if I was a football player, I would definitely have a YouTube page. Why not? Why wouldn't you have a YouTube page? People like you. They want to hear from you. They want to hear about you. They want to hear things you're saying. Even if you're not talking about the game, man, you just start liking players. You just want, you just get you like to get that connection. We're gonna see this with everybody. But at the same time, you got to get that buy-in from those players so that it's not all about their YouTube page. It's not all about their social media. It's not all about their podcast if they choose to do that. You got to put that in their minds so when they do those things, they're not on there like blowing out their frustrations about the team. They're not out there saying goofy stuff about the team like this team, like some of these people do in the past. Not saying goofy stuff. You got to get that buy-in and let them know that everything you're doing, it's not about you. It's about us. You have to be able to do that. If not, you're not going to be able to move Michael Parsons around the way that you want to. Reality Cowboy, he said the Joneses just figured. He said they just figured out they need a squad to win a Super Bowl after 30 years. Shotty convinced them of that. What a time. Yes, sir. Man. Yes, I do not understand it, Reality Cowboy. It don't make sense to me either. It don't make sense. What up, Richard Owens? It don't make sense to me. Deck Liv said, he said, you thought about what I said. He said, well, that's something I haven't heard in a long time. Oh, yeah, man, I be thinking about, man, y'all say stuff. I'm thinking about all of y'all when I see stuff. But I thought about you in particular because we've been talking about that one tick. Ghost Mike McCarty said the Cowboys were getting blown off the ball, and Diggs was in the black field, looking like Superman flying past his tackle. He said again and again and again. Man, let me tell you, man, when people are out of position, anybody who's ever played football know exactly what I'm talking about. When people are out of position, it makes it hard on the person next to him. Let me tell you about Terrence Steele. Some of us may not like what I'm about to say. But let me tell you about Terrence Steele. Why Terrence Steele may have struggled. One, he was coming off injury. But have we ever thought about two? Terrence Steele was relying on the play of Zach Martin. And when Zach Martin's play declined, because of injury, his play declined. Yeah, his play declined. Who you play by, who you play with, the position they're in matters. Everybody needs to do their doggone job. If everybody's not doing their doggone job, it only makes your job harder. You ever worked on the job and the person in front of you or the person next to you is not doing their job? It make your job harder. They got to get in the mode. Everybody do your job. Yeah, man, we want elite play from Dak Prescott. No. We want elite play from everybody. Isn't that a novel idea? Yeah, we want elite play for Michael Parsons because he got paid. No. Michael Parsons got paid because he's an elite player. But we expect elite play from everybody. And if you can do some elite playing, you're going to get paid too. Because your pay will dictate, your play will dictate it. Boy, I see you, Darren Posey. Stop it, boy. You up in there, boy. Boy. I see you. William Mills, he said, I think they just need another cornerback. I think that cornerback may be on the team. We're going to see what Kyrie Elam does. I think he's already on the team. But again, I'm just telling us, these guys in the building are watching tape, man. And this is what I can appreciate. Because Wanye Thomas even talked about how Brian Schottenheimer rolled up into the film room telling each and every one of them what they need to do. What is that telling you about Brian Schottenheimer? Brian Schottenheimer is telling this team, I'm watching tape on all y'all.
And like I said, the thing with Hooker and Wilson, the run grades are not bad.
Right.
But could you do better at the spot? We've seen Bell as a linebacker make almost every single tackle.
Yes, sir, SD.
Not with the guys here, though.
Well, but you give him the opportunity because of the toughness. And I'm not just talking about the safety position. I'm talking about they need to figure out what's going on in the corners. They need to figure out the edges. Those edges, they need, I think they go out and get Turner to go play run defense. Mm-hmm. He's not a pass rusher, but my whole point is we need to be better when we're evaluating this. We need to be better at looking at, it's just not a defensive tackle problem. It's a problem when you really, really break it down that they have some fundamental problems. And listen, Matt Eberflus, some of the stuff at the Bears, very comparable to what Dallas was going through. Very comparable. So, if you think that's, throw the magic.
But with the Colts and Bears, he did stop the run.
He did with the Colts. But if you go through and metric and I'm going to look at some of his tape but if you go through and metric it, it's very similar. There's some very similar things.
Yeah, it's not incredible.
It's not one of these things like, oh, wow, he's shutting everybody down.
No, he's not. It's more pressure and turnovers, big plays.
That's it.
Yeah.
Wait. Notice what he just said, going back, looking at Matt Eberflus's defense. Now, this is going to be a big deal. Can Matt Eberflus... See, we haven't had this conversation. Nobody's having this conversation. We're assuming that Matt Eberflus is going to come in here and turn the Dallas Cowboys into a top 5 defense. But this last line that they just said about Matt Eberflus got my spider senses tingling. And the reason why it did is because this sounds like Dan Quinn. This part, let me play this again for you. This sounds like Dan Quinn. Listen to what he says.
It's not incredible.
It's not one of these things like, oh, wow, he's shutting everybody down.
No, it's more pressure and turnovers, big plays.
That's it.
Pressure, turnover, big plays. Dan Quinn tried to do that same stuff. And Dan Quinn was successful early on in the seasons with that stuff. But, have you ever noticed what happens about the NFL football season? Doesn't take a rocket scientist. What happens in the NFL football season? As the season goes on, offensive line play becomes pivotal. Can I stop the run? Can I run the ball? Can I stop the run? Can I run the ball? Teams settle in somewhere around midseason. Whatever their identity is, now they're in it. They're in that identity. They're in it. So once they get into that identity and they start doing whatever it is they're doing, when you start talking about pressure, big plays, those types of things, those things don't work against a team that has a very good offensive and defensive line. Don't work. Don't work. Because they just play fundamental football. They hit you in the mouth. Yeah. The good teams that have good offensive and defensive lines, they don't even do all that stuff. They ain't worried about none of your quarterback pressures. They're not worried about your big plays. They're not worried about that stuff. They hit you in the mouth. They come out and they hit you in the mouth. They run the ball right up the gut. They want to see what you're made of. They'll run the ball right up the gut, hit you right in the face, see what you're made of. And if you can't stop that, you're about to have a long day. They're going to hit you up the gut. Then you're going to try to stuff the middle. And then they're going to hit you around the outsides. And then you're going to try to bring in more run. You're going to try to bring in more run reinforcement. They're going to take you out of the defense that you want to run. They're going to put you in single high safeties. They're going to make your linebackers come up. And then you know what they're going to do? Then they're going to hit you in the face again. They're going to hit you with play action. And they're going to hit you deep. This is what the good teams do. This sounds like Dan Quinn. Those defenses that he just described, those defenses, They play better with leads. They play better with leads. Those are the type of defenses that put pressure on their own offense. The pressure is on their own offense. Hey, when you get out there, can you score first? Anybody realize that was the problem with Mike McCarthy? If the Cowboys couldn't score first, what happened to the Dallas Cowboys? The Dallas Cowboys got put in a chokehold by themselves. If they couldn't score first, we already knew it was over pretty much. Tell me that does not put tremendous pressure on your offense and defense. Because your offense says, oh, man, so we're getting the ball first. We have to score. Because if we don't score, we're not sure our defense can stop their offense. Your defense comes out first. The offense rolls right down the field and score on them. Now your offense is saying, okay, we're down 7-0. If we don't score this time, our defense didn't stop them last time. And if they get the ball back, we're going to be down either 10 or 14-0. You see the problem? That's the problem. The Cowboys got work to do. They do. They have work to do. And I think they're going to do it. But they have work to do. It's not just Mazi Smith. Ed just said this commercial is brought to you by the Philly Tush Push. Appreciate that super chat. I'm telling us. Man, we got to get it together. We have to get it together. This run defense, man, we have got to get this thing together and stop thinking. And again, I don't think they're thinking as much as we are. I don't think they're thinking this is a Mazi Smith problem. I think that's what the Cowboys are telling us. I don't think they're saying this is a problem. I don't think they're telling us this is a problem with Mazi Smith. I think they're telling us that this is a problem with the entire defense. And the issue is Matt Eberflus going to be able to fix this? See, we haven't had this conversation. Is Matt Eberflus going to be able to fix this? And matter of fact, we're going to watch another video after this. Matt Eberflus, once again, this is the conversation. I guess they have another conversation about this, and they start talking about, is Matt Eberflus going to be able to turn this defense around to where it can stop the run? I'm telling us. We'll see what happens with the tush push this year. It might. We'll see if they let it continue on, because I do think if the teams don't have a way to they may just say forget it. It's a play that nobody can stop, and they might just if other teams don't figure out how to do it better, the tush push, this may be the last season of it. But again, I'm just saying this. What he's saying here is a big deal about the Cowboys, and this line right here. When he said this, it made me think of Dan Quinn.
It's very similar. There's some very similar things.
Yeah, it's not incredible.
It's not one of these things like, oh, wow, he's shutting everybody down.
No.
Yeah.
You know?
It's more pressure and turnovers, big plays.
That's it.
Yeah. And I do think one of the reasons why we keep harping on the defensive tackle, and I'm with you, one, the average football fan, when they think about run defense, is not thinking about safeties.
Yeah, hey, goes to Mike McCarthy. Hey, Brian, for some reason, been in his bag lately, hasn't he? Brian been in his bag lately. Yeah, he been in his bag lately. So I'm telling you, he's in his bag right now. And I'm telling you, SD said I get that same vibe like when he was in Chicago. I'm telling us. I'm just wondering, is Eberflus going to be able to come in here and really turn this defense into what we want it to be? William Mills, defense is ahead of the offense early in the season. Yep. Then as the season goes on, offense takes over. Yeah, they settle in, William Mills. They settle into their identity. And if you find one of them teams that can run the ball, you're in trouble. And that's why Dan Quinn's defenses, if we think about the Dan Quinn defenses, how exciting were the Dan Quinn defenses in the first half of the season? Even with deficiencies, even with a lack of personnel, Dan Quinn's defenses in the beginning of the season had us with visions of sugar plums dancing in our head. And we were saying, boy, we Super Bowl bound. We got the number 1 defense in football, or we got a top 5 defense. We have the most turnovers in the league. Not realizing all those stats we would accumulate, we would be so mediocre in the second half of the seasons. And sometimes we'd even be bad in some of those games. But the stats we had accumulated over the first half would still keep us at the top of the rankings. And then we would have people saying stuff like, yeah, the Cowboys got this ranked defense. Nah, bruh. We're riding the rankings of the first half of the season. Now that we've hit the meat of the schedule, man, we getting ran through like Swiss cheese. And people would still be talking about how good our defenses were. No, they were not good towards the end of those seasons. They never were. They never were. So again, I'm just telling us, they're on to something.
Corners, even though they absolutely play a huge role. But the other thing, too, is like the Cowboys have addressed some things. You just name dropped the Turner guy as an edge defender who can stop the run.
Yeah.
You drafted Marshawn Nealon to be sort of that guy as well.
Yep.
I
said that earlier.
Turnover at linebacker. What have you done at defensive tackle? You haven't addressed it. It's supposed to be low-hanging fruit. We all know Mazi Smith sucks.
Well,
we all know Osa, solid pass rusher, not much of a run defender. They haven't done anything about it. At least you could say, hey, they've tried at edge to get some run stoppers.
They got a 300.
They ain't gone it. Did you hear what this man just said? Boy, this man just said Mazi. He said, we know Mazi sucks. Yeah. Man. What? That's a strong statement to make. This man said we know Mazi sucks, and we know that Osa isn't good at stopping the run. Golly, that's crazy. That's crazy. Ghost of Mike McCarthy said, I think it's because Broaddus has a high connection at the start. It seemed like it, don't it? Steven or maybe McClay. Broaddus kept getting texts during the McCarthy firing and shoddy interviews. Only higher up would know. It seems that way, don't it? It does. It does, Ghost of Mike McCarthy. It seems that way. I would agree with you. I would absolutely agree with you on that. Skeptical fan up in here. What else going on, man? Good to see you, Skeptical fan. Skeptical fan celebrates 2 months of membership. These coaches have to work to do. Stop the run, Skeptical fan. Hey, man. Straight up. Straight up, Skeptical fan. This is what Brian Broaddus is explaining. They got work to do, man. And I think Brian Broaddus is challenging us. And Brian Broaddus, I'm going to give Brian credit. Brian Broaddus is deep into the YouTube content creator world. He deep into the YouTube content creator world. He listens to content creators. I'm not sure if he listens to me, but he listens to content creators. And that's why, isn't it funny, greatness? Isn't it funny, Ghost of Mike McCarthy? And Brian, if you're not realizing, he's addressing the content creators. He's saying to the content creators, y'all stop grabbing at the low-hanging fruit, the low-hanging fruit. Hey, content creators, do a better job. Stop saying that it's just Mazi Smith. Stop saying that if we get a one tech, we're on our way to the Super Bowl. And I don't know if anybody's saying that. But stop saying if we get a one tech, or if we don't get a one tech, it's going to be just like years past. He's saying something. Do a better job. Mazi Smith isn't the only issue when it comes to the Cowboys' run problems. It's not the only problem. Yeah, it's a problem. 40-something% of the runs coming up the middle, 60% of them outside. That tells us that we got issues to do. We got issues with our outside guys. issues with our linebackers. Damon says, but Eberflus better have his DBs ready to play. Yep, better have his DBs ready to play the entire play until that clock hits 0. Remember against the Commanders. Yep. When Noah Brown caught that Chicago defensive back was celebrating way too early. Yep, I remember it. No doubt. Philly D, what's going on with you? Now, Philly D, let me tell you what the Cowboys are trying to do. The same thing Howie Roseman did for y'all quarterback. I've already shown it. You might be a little late to the party. When you look at the Philadelphia Eagles in 2022, Jalen Hurts accounted for almost 400 yards of offense and 4 touchdowns. And what happened? They got the brakes beat off of them, 38-35. When you look at the second Super Bowl, Jalen Hurts didn't have to put the team on his back. His stats were pretty pedestrian. They were pretty much regular Jalen Hurts stats. But the difference was they didn't put the team on his back this time. The Kansas City Chiefs didn't score 38 points. Heck, the Kansas City Chiefs, really, the third quarter, they had barely got the game to double digits. If you want to win Super Bowls in this league, don't put everything on your quarterback. The Cowboys in the 90s didn't even do that. We didn't put everything on the back of Troy Aikman. We didn't do it. Howie Roseman and that crew, they used the same formula with Jalen Hurts. Let's take some of the pressure off Jalen Hurts. Let's bring in Saquon Barkley. Let's give him the best defensive line in football. Let's give him a good offensive line. Let's give him a great wide receiver duo. Let's give him tight ends. Let's give him a good backfield. The linebackers for Philly are pretty doggone good too. They went and built a team. When you have a team, you don't have to worry about Jalen Hurts having to play out of his mind, going toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes. No, don't make this Patrick Mahomes against Jalen Hurts. Make this Patrick Mahomes against the Philadelphia Eagles. Because Patrick Mahomes can't beat the Philadelphia Eagles team by himself. And this is how we keep going into these doggone playoff games. We keep going into these playoff games saying, we only go as far as Dak takes us. Man, when you got that mentality, you've already lost. It's not Dak's fault. You've already lost. Because everybody is looking for Dak Prescott to make every play, and he's the only one on the field that gets no margin of error. And if he makes any error, everybody lose their minds. That's a dumb mentality. It's a dumb mentality. Dumb mentality.
42-pound.
Yeah, and I'm hopeful about him, but it's like you spent a 7th-round pick on him.
But it's at least it's like it's not a retread. It's a guy that showed at UCLA that he could play the run.
Yeah, I'm super.
Hey, goes to Mike McCarthy. It is obvious that Brian Schottenheimer has somebody on the inside. And it sounds like to me he trying to keep them connections. Because, boy, he giving a strong defense for the Cowboys and in this whole issue of what they need to do as a whole. And I really think he's bringing some good light on this because I think that's inside the building talk. And when we think about the talk that he's doing, it's not an indictment on the current coaching staff. Anybody catching that? It's an indictment on the previous coaching staff. And so they're saying that this new coaching staff is going to do better. Yeah, this new coaching staff is going to do better. It seems like that's kind of what they're alluding to. Robert 30M in the crib. I don't see you, but I see somebody mention your name. Derek T in the crib. Derek T, I said this before. Man, let me tell you something. Dallas Cowboys win the Super Bowl. They shutting down the whole nation for a week. I cannot believe the Philadelphia Eagles won a Super Bowl, and the next week they were talking about the Dallas Cowboys. The next week. They already shown a stat that the Philadelphia Eagle fans, the Philadelphia Eagles, there's nobody like the Philadelphia Eagle fans. They talk more about the Dallas Cowboys than anybody. It's crazy. But again, I'm just telling us. Ty Church in the crib. Ty Church said Mazi gets unnecessary smoke. Ty Church, I'm sorry. Yeah, Ty Church, I agree with you. I agree with you. Unnecessary smoke. No doubt about it. And I do think, again, this is where Brian Schottenheimer and his coaching staff is trying to change the mentality of this team. Man, because I'm telling y'all, man, these players watch this stuff. They're listening. Dak Prescott said it last year. These players, they're reading stuff in the media. They're reading social media. They know what people are saying about everybody. Brian is trying to get this team to, hey, man, y'all got to disregard this stuff. The only thing that matters is the people in this building. Only thing that matters are the people in this building, man. We gotta focus on the people in the building. We do.
I'm just saying that we focus just on the defensive tackle spot.
Yep.
When it's really a bigger picture problem than it is just defensive tackle.
Yep.
You're 100% right.
Yep.
We got 2 hours down, 3 to go. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Yeah, always.
Appreciate your skeptical fan. Yes, sir.
A lot of piss poor stuff.
Yeah, that was good. Yes.
Not today. I mean,
you developed a narrative. You had supporting evidence. Some stats.
I was thinking he was like the football Matlock in here.
What is
just
this?
Dialed in the courtroom.
No, I just all of a sudden woke up and decided, you know what? And they need to be better at defensive tackle. You're absolutely
This
right.
mattress in the crib.
But we need to be smarter as fans and don't go for the low-hanging fruit. Go out and try and figure some things out. You don't have to be a former scout to do this.
There's 9-10 other dudes on the field that are contributing to being an awful
Absolutely.
run
You can
defense.
see it with your own eyes.
Thank you. Now, Brian Broaddus is saying something else I said the other day. We have to stop thinking, because some people try to put this stuff in your mind so that you'll think that they're smarter than they are. You do not have to be a former player. You do not have to be a scout. You do not have to be any of those things to be able to talk football and to tell the truth about what's going on. Because if you just do a little bit of research, you'll be surprised of what you will find when you do some research. But again, I told y'all before I even knew about this interview, I told y'all this one tech conversation, that's a fan conversation. And Brian Broaddus, Brian Broaddus is talking to somebody inside the facility. I'm just saying, I don't know this to be true. Has anybody ever thought that maybe this is somebody from inside the team telling Brian Broaddus to send a message to the Cowboys content creators, the Cowboys fans? Maybe they're using Brian Broaddus to tell everybody, y'all way off base. Y'all way off base in y'all analogies of your analyzation. Y'all way off. Y'all keep talking about this Mazi. This is not Mazi. This isn't a Mazi problem. This isn't a one tech problem. Maybe this is them sending that message to the fans through Brian Broaddus. Because I am telling you, did you notice when they pushed back about Brian Broaddus? Push back on Brian Broaddus saying, well, and think about this, Daniel M., because this is kind of what you've been asking. So he pushed back on Brian Broaddus saying the Cowboys know that Mazi is trash, because that's what he said. Them strong words right there. Mazi is trash at stopping the run. Osa isn't good at stopping the run. So why didn't you address that in free agency? Why didn't you address that in the draft? Why haven't you addressed that in a trade? Brian Broaddus then comes and pushes back and says the Cowboys did address it. They got Jay Toya. He said they would have got Jay Toya in the 7th round. They got a King Basadi. And the guy is saying that ain't good enough. But Brian is saying, but they did address it. And I think he's saying something. And this is what I said. I said the same thing. I said something similar. How do we know that the Cowboys don't view Mazi Smith the way we do? Did I not say it? I told y'all, I don't think they're viewing Mazi the way we are. The Cowboys are saying something. No, that was coaching. That was coaching. That's why I've been saying coaching matters. They're saying that's coaching. They're saying that, hey, man, Mazi actually isn't that bad. No, Mazi actually isn't that bad. It was the coaching. That's what they're telling us. Because Mazi wasn't the only one playing bad, y'all. That's what they're saying. Mazi wasn't the only one playing bad. The team, the defense was playing bad. And think about these stats that Brian went and fished out. Y'all talking about Mazi. 60% of the runs were to the outside, and we were getting destroyed on the edges. And y'all got a conversation going about the one tech and Mazi Smith. I'm telling y'all, if y'all don't think the Cowboys are protecting the mental, if y'all don't think they are trying to protect and nurture the mentality of Mazi Smith, they just told the Cowboys fan base to their face, y'all stop talking about Mazi Smith. All you haters out there, stop talking about Mazi, saying he's the reason. Yeah, that's what they're telling us through Brian Broaddus. I'm just telling us. I'm just telling us. It seems like to me that this franchise, I don't know if it's listening to, because some people think they're listening to. I'm not sure they're listening to as much as they are listening. I think in some instances they are listening to, and I think in some instances they are listening. And they're saying in some of the things that they're listening, hey, you guys are off on that. You guys are off on that. Y'all are off on your conversation about One Tech and Mazi Smith. They're telling us you're off. We're off. That's what they're telling us. But again, I think it's a great conversation that Brian Broaddus had. I really do. I think it's a fascinating conversation. I'm gonna probably do a couple of videos on this tonight if I can. But I just think it's fascinating what he talked about for sure. All right, we got some more time here. I want to check out this thing with Nick Harris. Nick Harris also had some things to say. Now, some of this may be old news. Yeah, some of this may be old news. Let's see here. Yeah, some of this may be old news. But Nick Harris. See if I can find it here. And hold on a second. Let me see. Okay, yeah, let's go to Nick Harris. This was actually 3 days ago. Make sure we haven't heard this before, but I don't think I've heard it. Maybe some of y'all have, but let's check it out. Let's check out some of it at least. Let's see.
Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joining us now to talk Cowboys. Nick, good afternoon. How you doing?
Doing great, fellas. How are y'all?
Doing wonderful. You're doing a heck of a job covering this team for us. We want to salute you for that and thank you for all the insights and reports. Now, Micah on Twitter last night, quote, "I'm preparing as if I'll be on the field the first week of camp, but it's in the owner's hands." Should we prepare for him not to be at the start in Oxnard?
You know, that's funny you mentioned that because I was talking to somebody earlier today, and I was saying, you know, when it came to training camp, when it came to, you know, the expectation of Micah Parsons being there, it was always with the impression that he would, you know, starting back in December when we first started having these contract and off-season talks with Micah Parsons in the locker room, and then in January, and then a couple of times during the off-season, he wants to be at camp, and he mentioned it in that tweet. But that two-sentence phrase there, that's the one that got me too. It said that I am fully preparing to be there first week of camp, but it's in the owner's hands. And so I think now he's kind of putting that responsibility into Jerry's court, and we'll see what Jerry does with that piece of leverage.
What was your read on Stephen Jones' level of frustration yesterday when he was probed about it?
Yeah, that was certainly interesting too, because he had to see that question coming, or at least those line of questions coming, and it could just be the nature of the negotiation as well. I mean, it's kind of become mind-numbing even for us as reporters, right? It's just that
appreciate you, Andrew.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing, and you want progress and you want that to progress as reporters, as fans, as both sides in the agreement. It's just very interesting and weird that it hasn't progressed any further than from when we were first talking about this back in January.
I see. Hallelujah.
Nick, do you think he's tired of having his ass kicked in these negotiations?
Yeah, at least from public perception, for sure, right?
Yeah.
And,
I mean, is he frustrated? Is he frustrated with the fact that honestly, I believe he doesn't get to negotiate. I really don't, because agents have figured out that the Dallas Cowboys, you just wait them out. You just wait them out. And unfortunately for the Cowboys, they haven't been able, the deals that they've been able to get done, like the Oso Digizua deal, was an agent. They had a good relationship. They went under market value a little bit. He's really good. The Diggs deal was done under market value. But, there's a lot of these agents out there that know they can kick his ass. And I mean that in respect, but I mean, really not. Stevens, he's frustrated.
It's respectful ass kicking. We can all appreciate
I think he's frustrated, Nick, because he doesn't really get to negotiate.
Now, y'all are making some very interesting comments about this thing with Mazi Smith. Let me see if I can go back just a little bit. I'm about to paraphrase because it's kind of going here, but Daniel Lim got me laughing because Daniel Lim basically says that Daniel Lim says they know full well that Mazi isn't good enough. They know full well that wait, here it is. Hold on, let me see if I get it right here. Daniel Lim said Broaddus knows that Mazi is not good enough. G, hey Daniel, I'm telling you, man, it sounds like to me that some of this talk that Brian is doing, I don't have no clue if it's true, but I do believe that some of this talk he is doing is coming maybe from inside of the Star. They reached out like, why y'all trying to get rid of Wilson or Hooker, Malik Hooker, or whichever one it was. And it sounds like to me that some of this is also about Mazi, that Mazi wasn't the problem the way y'all think he was. It's, what he said? Low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit. And Robert M. even kind of mentions the same thing. So the 70s fan said Mazi lost a season and a half because he had to lose weight. Yep, I agree with that. And so I think this may be them kind of sending out through Brian Broaddus. This may be them through Brian Broaddus working because they know he's deep into the YouTube culture. He really is. Shout out to Brian for that. And Brian is kind of pushing back, because I told y'all this is fan talk. The one tech conversation, I'm telling you, I started saying it last week. I haven't heard anybody from inside the facility talking about the one tech position. This is fan talk, and it sounds like to me they're saying to the fans, y'all are wrong. They're saying to the content creators, you're wrong. They're saying you're wrong. Mazi isn't as bad as y'all think he is. That's what they're saying. And if they're not saying it, Brian is definitely saying it. Brian Broaddus is definitely saying it. Mark Anthony 2983, he says there's a certain segment of the Dallas Cowboys fan base. Let me read that because I've said the same thing, Mark. Constantly spin a negative perception, and it's nowhere close to reality. Most get their football knowledge or lack thereof for playing John football. Yeah. Yep, I agree with you, Mark. We get some, they don't look at the big picture. They don't look at the context. They don't look at the whys. They just kind of regurgitate. And so he's just saying, he says, he's basically saying, I think y'all are off on Mazi. Daniel Lim says, if the Joneses boys actually cared about what us fans believe, G, then why haven't they got us a talented players to win? Now like Ramsey and Reed are sitting on their hands is not good enough. Daniel Lim, you know what the Joneses are saying to you? We got you George Pickens. What else do you want? The Joneses are saying, man, we got you George Pickens. Y'all wanted a number 2 wide receiver. I got you a number 2 wide receiver. Daniel Lim, I'm just telling you. I've said this before. I think the Cowboys are telling us they believe some of the answers are in the building, and that coaching was the weak link last year. Why do you think they went out and hired this man, such a great coaching staff? And we're going to see how great they are. We're going to see how great they are very soon. Because if they're going to be able to take some of these same players, and again, things may have been different for Mike McCarthy last year had some of these players stayed healthy. Things full well might have been different. So they're going to take these same players, and they're saying hopefully without injury, they're going to turn them into not only a winning team, they're going to turn them into a Super Bowl team. Troy Williams, Mazi is the issue. And again, Troy, let's keep this in our minds. I don't think they're saying that Mazi isn't the issue, because they said that repeatedly. I think what they're saying is he's not the main issue the way everybody keep thinking he is. He's not the main issue. But let me read what you're saying. Troy said Mazi is the issue because he is too small to be a one-tech. The outside was exposed because everybody was overcompensating for the interior of the defensive line. Now, I don't know if you heard Brian Broaddus, Troy Williams. He said that's a myth. He said that's mythology. That's what he said. But I do agree with you on this point because I just mentioned it. Maybe this was Terrence Steele's problem. Zach Martin wasn't Zach Martin last year. He was playing with an injury. And because Zach Martin wasn't Zach Martin, Terrence Steele couldn't be Terrence Steele. I've mentioned this in the past. Dominant players need dominant players to be dominant. Or dominant players need good to great players to be dominant. Michael Jordan was elite. He became dominant when he got Scottie Pippen. Michael Jordan was unstoppable once he got Scottie Pippen. Once he got Scottie Pippen. That's why I say that if Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant had stayed together, they probably would have shattered all kinds of records. If they could have got their egos in check, they would have been unstoppable. Egos are something. But again, you need other players around you. When you're an elite player and you want to be dominant, you need other players around you to play good too. Andrew, he said, gee, love what you did to your studio. Do you remember Cheers where everybody knows your name? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, I used to love me some Cheers, man. Used to love me some Cheers. For sure. But again, I don't think they're done. I don't think they're done. I think they want to get to training camp. They want to give some of these guys an opportunity, especially the young guys. They want to give them an opportunity, not only so they can see who they are, but so those players can see who they are. And then once those players see who they are, and when the Cowboys decide to bring in some other reinforcements, those players will not be in their feelings because they'll understand that they are not who they thought they were. You got to let them see it too. Yep, you have to let them see it too. Katharina Kiss, she said, I said that Mazi and Guyton wasn't good, especially Guyton, too many penalties. I think Guyton may be out of position. We're going to see what happens with that. I've seen where people are saying that him and Austin Richards may be competing for the left tackle position. I'll just be honest with you. I want to see that battle. But the best lineman right now on the Cowboys team seems to be, to me, is Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith is the best offensive lineman on the team. Maybe you should move him to left tackle and be done with it. Move him to left tackle. Move Cooper Beebe to left guard. Move Cooper Beebe to left guard. Let Brockhoff play in the center. You spend a first-round draft pick on Guyton. See, can he beat out Terrence Steele? We'll see. We will see. Yeah, I think Guyton is going to be better. But again, we'll see where they put him. Yeah, Ty Church. Oh, man. Ty Church. Ty Church. You just said a statement for the ages. Agents are destroying our team. And Ty Church, let me tell you one of the weak links in these negotiations. This is one of the reasons why players don't negotiate their contracts. Players don't negotiate their contracts. They let their agents do it. The agents are asking for things that the players would never even think of asking. And the reason why I'm saying that is that the Joneses have put themselves in a very tight situation because they're the owners and the GMs. The owners need a buffer too. There's a reason why owners have GMs. You don't want to necessarily be negotiating those deals. You want a dog negotiating the deals on your side of the team too. You want a GM negotiating. You want a GM to say, no, we ain't doing this, we ain't doing that, so that it don't get personal between the player, the coach, and the owner. That's what the GM is for. Y'all got your players, y'all got a rep. He represents y'all. He's trying to get the best deal for y'all. We're the owners. We're not sitting down with agents. We're going to let our GM do that. And we're going to let him go in and be the dog and say, hey, man, we're doing this or we're not doing it. We're going to do it like this or we ain't doing it. Ty Church, we're trying to win and the agent in the way. See, we trying to win and the agent trying to win. And the problem is it's typically hard. A lot of times it's hard for the agent and the team to win. Ty Church, I'm wondering, when are we going to tell one of these players no? When? When are we going to tell one of them no? Now, the problem with the Dallas Cowboys is a lot of these players are getting smart. They know who's representing Dak Prescott. They know who's representing Micah Parsons. They know who represents these players getting these big deals. So you know what these players do? They go get these guys too. They go get these guys too. Because they want to go get guys that they know that can beat up on the Joneses. Somewhere they're going to have to say no to somebody. I don't know where it's going to be, but somewhere they got to say no. They do. The ghost of Mike McCarthy said Mazi is 6'3" and 330, but was rumored to have lost and was below 300 during Queens last year. You don't just overcome. I said the same thing. You don't just overcome that in a position of defensive tackle at this level, especially learning as a rookie. I'm telling you, it's 100% facts. It's 100% facts. It is. You lose something when you go up and down in playing weight or fighting weight or whatever sport you play. It's tough. It's tough. It really is. But we're going to see how it turns out. Angie, you're exactly right. Dak is low-hanging fruit too. He's low-hanging fruit. You know why? He's the quarterback. He's low-hanging fruit. Oh, something happened. Why we lose the game? Dak Prescott. Angie, we'll never talk about if Dak threw an interception. Do y'all remember that year when we played the Jacksonville Jaguars? Dak Prescott threw the ball perfectly to Noah Brown. Noah Brown tipped the ball up, pick six by the Jacksonville Jaguars. Dallas Cowboys lose the game, and that actually may have been a difference in a game that could have got the Cowboys home field advantage. Noah Brown admitted Dak Prescott put the ball exactly where it was supposed to be. It was my fault. Angie, they destroyed Dak Prescott in the media. Nah, it was Dak's fault. It was Dak's fault. That's what they do. Goes to Mike McCarthy. Well, Milton can do backflips. That's what we need in a quarterback in the NFL. Man, you let the media tell it. Yeah. Free Game Podcast, he said Mazi isn't as bad as people makes him out to be. He's not been a first round pick. That's a dub. But he isn't trash. Free game. That was a serious. Boy, that was a serious comment right there. To call a man trash? Boy, man, this is strong words right there. That's all I can tell you.
It comes down to, okay, we've got to do this. Here's the parameters of the deal. I don't get to try and sign you for $3.5 or $36.5 million or $38.5 million. I got to sign you for 40, 41. Here we go.
Yeah, and the standard has been set with how the Cowboys have negotiated over the last few years with their deals, whether it be Dak both times, CeeDee Lamb, even with Zach Martin a couple of years back when he initiated the holdout, and they waited as long as they did to finally get something done, even though it was a more mini time frame. There was still kind of that expectation that the deadline was going to get the deal done. And, full on me, shame on me going into this negotiation. I didn't expect a deadline to be the reason that this got done. I thought the two sides were at a good enough starting point to where that they would probably have something done by now was my expectation. And up until the owners' meetings in Florida a couple of months back, I at least had the expectation that it gets done before camp. But now with the rhetoric and dialogue on both sides, I'm not so confident in that anymore. And what does that look like for the Cowboys? What does that look like for Micah's readiness under a new defensive coordinator going into the season? I think there are some fans that would tell you, I'm tired of hearing about contracts. It's a new contract every year, and then they show up and they play anyway. Well, yeah, look how CeeDee Lamb started the season last year. Do you want Micah Parsons to have those same type of learning curves under a new system going into 2025? And that's something that Micah has talked about. That's something that Jerry Jones has talked about. They're cognizant of it. And I wonder, you mentioned the agents talk. And the agents also, sure. They have an expectation of how these things will go. Angie? And when an agent is going into a negotiation with the Cowboys, they have agent friends that have done the same exact thing in recent years. And I think if you're looking at it from David Mulligetta's perspective, Micah Parsons' agent, you see that T.J. Watt is coming down the pipeline, and you wonder what that price point will be. And then maybe you sit at the negotiation table once that price point is made. And it probably gives Micah Parsons that extra little bit of comfort.
Texas summer.
I'm telling you, man. Nick Harris just explained what I just said. The Cowboys have a fundamental problem. It's just like when people bully. It's like when people bully a kid. When everybody figures out a kid can be bullied, you'll be surprised. Everybody will bully him. Everybody will bully a kid if everybody knows that he can be bullied. People will inadvertently bully a kid when everybody figures out that kid can be bullied. This is why Mama always said, fight back. Fight a bully. Fight a bully. Don't let a bully bully you, because if you let a bully bully you, that's all he's going to do. You fight back. And my mom would even tell me, my dad would even tell me, winning the fight isn't the point. Winning the fight isn't the point. The point is you show them that you're a fight. And when they fight, they know they've been in the fight. And they'll stop bullying you. The Cowboys are going to have to make a decision. And because they are the GMs and the owner, they put themselves in a very tight situation. It becomes personal because they're the ones negotiating the deals. No, Joneses, step back. Let someone else. This is where the Cowboys need to get Will McClay more involved. Cowboys need to let Will McClay start doing these dang gone deals. Let Will McClay be the buffer between the player and the owners. Will McClay needs to take that job. I think it would go a lot better. I think it would go a lot better. And I also think that Will McClay would help the Cowboys to have backup plans on some of these players. Man, you got to go into some of these negotiations being able to just say, hey, man, some of these players, we're just going to have to be willing to lose them. Somebody going to have to be willing to lose somebody. And the Cowboys actually had, I talked about this last year, the Cowboys actually had Micah Parsons exactly where they wanted him. Because he, in actuality, is not better than Nick Bosa. He's not better than Nick Bosa. least I don't think he is. We've seen Nick Bosa do it on every stage. We've seen Nick Bosa in the regular season, the playoffs, and the Super Bowls. We've seen where Nick Bosa makes an impact on every single level. Before Crosby got his deal, the Cowboys could have signed Michael Parsons to a deal similar to Nick Bosa, and they could have had him dirt cheap. When you look at the deal they could have got him on before Crosby from the Raiders got his extension, the Cowboys could have had him on a great deal. What they do? The same thing they did with Dak Prescott and Jimmy Garoppolo. When the San Francisco 49ers gave Jimmy Garoppolo his deal, the Cowboys could have got Dak Prescott at a similar deal. Similar. It'd have been a little bit more, but they could have got him at a similar deal. What the Cowboys do? Kept on waiting. Kept on waiting, and wound up getting burned on Dak Prescott. Even in the second deal, what did they do? They let players continue to get signed. And the Cowboys, and I think they're doing it on purpose. I'm just finding it hard to believe. They couldn't get a deal done before Bosa, Crosby, any of these other players, and Myles Garrett. They couldn't have got a deal done before then. And now TJ Watt is holding out for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the Cowboys are going to wait until TJ Watt gets a deal. I do not understand it. I do not understand it. I've only come to one conclusion. I think the Cowboys like having the highest paid players in positions. I think they like it. I do. I think they like it. That's the only conclusion I can come to because that's what the actions show. And they're saying these agents, like Todd Church is saying, these agents are ruining the game, especially when it comes to Dak Prescott, because they know, when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys, because they know full well they're going into, good night, Katharina Kiss. They know full well they're going into negotiations with the Cowboys, and the reality is it's not a negotiation. You tell the Cowboys what you want. You don't budge. The Cowboys get mad, say a few things in the media, act like they're standing tough. You miss training camp. You miss OTAs. You miss whatever you miss. And then the Cowboys, eventually, they give in. Well, if that's how you're going to conduct your business, that's how everybody's going to do it to you. Oh, let me not forget, make sure you hold out. Make sure you hold out. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't. 70s fan, he said Tyler Smith's true position is left tackle. That's what he played in college. I would move Tyler Smith to left tackle. I think that's what Tyron Smith has been hinting at. Move him to left tackle. It is no doubt, 70s fan, Tyler Smith is the best defense. He's the best offensive lineman the Cowboys have. He's going to break the bank. So let him break the bank at left tackle. Let him be a dog at left tackle. If you in this to win, you got to stop worrying about hurting people's feelings. You got to be in it to win. I do think Tyler Smith, that'd be the best place on him for your team. You got the answer in the building. All you need to do is just move guys around. Move guys around and don't be afraid to hurt people's feelings. And in some of them situations, you may have to eat a little bit of money. I'm telling you, I'd let Tyler Guyton battle at the right tackle position to Terrence Steele. I would. I'd let him battle him. I would absolutely let him battle him. I would. Mark Anthony, he says, I have a ton of confidence in Clayton Adams and Connor Riley. We'll get the O-line sorted out, getting the right players in their best positions. There it is. There it is. And they're building relationships so that these players will trust them. Yep, sizzling bacon. You need a GM. A GM would be able to battle these agents better than Jerry and Steven. Because it seems so personal. Because they don't have guys doing what they're supposed to be doing. It all seems personal. No. Let Will McClay start doing this stuff. You tell Will McClay where you're willing to go, and you let Will McClay get in there and battle it out. If Michael Parsons want to let his agents handle everything and act like that he don't have no say-so in it, Jerry and Steven, let Will McClay start negotiating your stuff and act like you don't have no say in it. Man, sometimes when you can't whoop somebody, you got to go get somebody. Sometimes you got to realize, man, you can't you can't do everything, Jerry and Steven. They're whooping your butt in these negotiations because you shouldn't be in the negotiations. Let Will McClay do it. Hey, Robert M., boy, hey, that's what I said too. He said, agreed, G. He said, no matter my opinion about anyone on this roster, I'm never calling a man trash. Boy, them some strong words when you call a man trash. That's some strong words. Ooh, that's tough right there. Hey, Robert M., now I'm not going to do it. I'm going to tell you this. Man, you call a man trash, that's kind of stuff, and man, he see you in a restaurant, man, he might come sit at your table. Shoot. Man, you calling a grown man trash? Let's understand, these are human beings too. Shoot, you run around here calling a grown man trash, he might sit down at the table with you, he see you somewhere. Shoot, he may cut in front of somebody in line behind you at a food joint and say, you remember when you called me trash? Hey, man, I think that's tough, man. I think that's tough. I choose my words very carefully. I might meet Michael Parsons one day. I want to make sure I give a man his credit and understand what he is. I want to make sure I talk football when I talk about this man. Because, boy, when you start talking about calling the man trash, now maybe if you say the play is trash, okay, play is trash. Okay, I can deal with that a little bit more. Boy, when you say a man is trash, oh, boy, that's some strong words right there, boy. Some strong words. Daniel Lim said, I truly believe the Cowboys are not done making moves. I don't either. But sitting on their hands and not doing anything, G, is not good enough. Adding more depth is crucial to team success. No, I think what they're doing, Daniel Lim, they're doing what everybody else is doing. Everybody's playing the weight game. Everybody wants to see who blinks first. And when you get the first person to blink, I think you're going to get everybody else to start blinking too. The 70s fan, he said the Joneses are learning the game all over again. Hey, they need to learn how to play it then. I would give Will McClay the responsibility. I would. I would give Will McClay the responsibility. Deal with these agents, man. Deal with them. Deal with these jokers, man, because I'm telling you, these agents are taking the Cowboys to the cleaners. Angie said the Joneses have to realize change isn't a bad thing, but doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is insanity. Yeah. Man, let Will McClay do some of this stuff. Suge Midnight, say it. They need to just let McClay be the GM, period. Suge Midnight. They're paying him like a GM. They're paying Will McClay like a GM. Let this dude do the negotiating. Let him do it. So that you don't have to worry about all this stuff being personal. Because Michael got his hands off of it. Like, oh, it's not personal. It's my agent. Y'all can tell me anything y'all want to, but he does have the power to tell his agent to get a deal done now. Get a deal done now. Tell me what the problem is. Get a deal done now. He does have that power. He has that power. And that's why if I was Jerry, if I was Steven, Will McClay, we're going to give you the power. You're going to negotiate these deals. You're going to tell these dudes, we're not doing this. Let them go somewhere else and see if they can get that money. But I bet you this, if you go somewhere else, we're going to determine where you go. I'll tell a team in a minute. I tell a player in a New York minute. See, we too afraid sometimes to lose a player. I'll tell a player in a New York minute, hey, let me tell you what I'm going to do. Since we can't work this deal out, that tells me that you don't want to play here. So I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to trade you to the Cleveland Browns. We'll trade you to the New York Jets. We'll trade you to the Carolina Panthers. Man, we'll put you in Alaska, bro. You're not getting out of here. Even if we don't come to a deal, I would be negotiating on these types of levels with these players and these agents. Try me, you want to. I'll make you somebody else's problem. I'll get 2 or 3 first-round draft picks for you. I promise you I will. And I'll show you that $130 million with the Dallas Cowboys is not the same as $130 million with the Cleveland doggone Browns. I'll show you better than I can tell you. I tell my sons all the time, fat meat greasy. I'll tell them in a minute, fat meat greasy. The Cowboys, they make these things too personal. That's why they always come out looking like the bad guys. I wouldn't let them do it. I wouldn't. Terrence says, let's talk. He says, Mr. G, wouldn't it have been feasible to have packaged Michael Parsons for draft picks? After all, they drafted the kid from Boston College, and you had the return of Sam Williams. Terrence LeBird, you just took the words out of my mouth. I just said it. Let me tell you something. Let me negotiate for you. People do not understand, man. You got to be willing. Let me tell you something. The Bible teaches a very, very powerful principle. Sometimes you got to be willing to lose something to grow. Sometimes you got to be willing to lose something. You have to learn how to prune those vines. You got to learn how to do. If you're going to, let me tell y'all this. If you don't go into a negotiation with 2 perspectives in your mind, you need to go into a negotiation with this understanding. I have already pictured what life is going to be with you, and I've also pictured what life is going to be without you. I got both of those pictures in my mind. Because if I don't have both of those pictures in my mind, it's not a negotiation. It's a facade. That's all it is. All I'm doing is walking into this room, put on a show, put on an act, beat the table, get frustrated, knowing full well I'm about to just do whatever you said you want. I bet you I wouldn't. Let me negotiate for you. Let me negotiate for you. Let me tell you something. I love Michael Parsons to death. I bet you this. How much you bet Michael Parsons podcast isn't the same? How much you bet his podcast is the same if he's playing for the New York Jets? Everything about these players, they don't understand. It's predicated on playing with the Cowboys. Not necessarily winning, but these players, some of the things that they're doing, they're using the Cowboys for stuff off the field too. You think anybody cares that CeeDee Lamb has a YouTube page if he's on some other team? They don't care. But being on the Cowboys, you just watch. You better understand the Dallas Cowboys are like the American Express card. It has its benefits. It has its benefits. If I was negotiating, man, you got to understand, a negotiation is a negotiation. You better go into a negotiation with the understanding, hey, bruh, you do know I'm willing to let you go, right? Michael Parsons has in his mind the Cowboys aren't willing to let him go. He has it in his mind. CeeDee Lamb had it in his mind. The only person, to me, that has had in their minds that the Cowboys is a chance they might not re-sign him is Dak Prescott. He's the only one I think that has ever had that feeling. Dak Prescott had fully prepared himself last year not to be a Dallas Cowboy. He had fully prepared himself. Most of these guys don't do that because they just know the Cowboys are going to be pushovers. I'm telling us. It's not a negotiation if you're not prepared to lose somebody. It's not a negotiation. It's not. It's not a negotiation. It's not a negotiation if you're not willing to lose somebody. It's just not. And that's where the Cowboys keep wasting their time. They keep wasting their time. And that's why these players, their agents, present what they want, and they just sit back and look at the Cowboys and watch them squirm. And they just watch them squirm. That's all they do. The 70s fan says, I'm not trusting Dak Prescott blindsided by anybody but Tyler Smith. I'm telling you, I would put Ty Smith at left tackle. I would. I really would, because I think Cooper Beebe has already shown he can play left guard. Man, and you put Cooper Beebe and Tyler Smith on the left side of your line, hey, you're going to move furniture. Yeah, you're going to move furniture. You're going to be able to run that ball. You're going to move furniture. You do. I think you'll move furniture. I think Tyler Smith can pick up left tackle, man. I do. Goes to Mike McCarthy, say, I don't know. I don't think McClay knows how to work contracts either when it comes to finessing. He strikes me as a good leader of the scouts to identify which players fit the needs. Well, if he isn't, the Cowboys need to get somebody. Because I'm telling you, for your owner to be the negotiator of the contracts, I think we don't understand. That in itself doesn't make sense. Just like players, they rarely negotiate their own deals. It don't make sense. When you start hammering out the nuances of this thing, I would get somebody else to do it. That's why when you go to court, get you a lawyer. Unless you are a lawyer. And even then, a lawyer will even get a lawyer. No, you get a lawyer. Robert M., I'm telling you, boy, you call a man trash, he might see you somewhere. Shoot, you might see, boy, you mess around and see this man somewhere. He might ask you, hey, you call me trash, man? Shoot. Angie, I'm telling you they won't want me to be the GM. Angie said, G, you need to put your application in to be the GM because Will McClay too comfortable being the butler behind the scenes. Angie, me and a friend of mine, we called them the Motisa. You ever heard of that? You ever seen them movies where a butler would be like, Motisa? No, man, don't be a Motisa. No, don't be a Motisa, man. They need somebody that can sit down in them negotiations and hammer stuff out. They do. They really do.
Secondary right now, all the moving parts that they're dealing with, the interchanging of the safeties.
I'm coming to the super chat in just a moment.
Thomas playing slot. Bland's another guy that would like a new deal. He might be your best slot corner, but he might not want to play in the slot. Diggs isn't there. He's rehabbing on his own. How's the secondary right now?
Yes, the defense as a whole, I kind of have some concerns about their depth overall. It's that depth is being highlighted here in OTAs, and sure, again, it's OTAs, it's underwear Olympics. There's not really a whole lot of stock you can put into, things that happen on the field. But seeing a couple of these safeties that have had to step off to the side with the rehab group, Donovan Wilson, he's been working back from a minor knee procedure that he had. And then Malik Hooker walked off the practice field yesterday. So those both your starting safeties. And you go into the team period, 11-on-11, 7-on-7, and your starting safeties are Wanye Thomas and undrafted free agent signing Elijah Clark. Depending on your confidence in Wanye Thomas, I don't know how strongly you would feel about that safety group up against the other 31 teams in the league. And that's before we even start talking about the injury concerns that we have at corner to talk about with Trayvon Diggs, with Savone Revel. When will those guys be ready, if ready, when the season starts? Do they start on PUP? There's a lot of things to factor in when it comes to the defensive depth issues, but certainly it does start in the secondary, Zach.
Have you noticed anything from Jaden Blue?
Yeah, Jaden Blue, I think with the day three rookies as a whole, they've been worked in sparing times. It's been a little bit different from what we've seen from Tyler Booker and Donovan Ezeraku. We've seen a lot with those guys getting work with the ones, getting work with the twos. But with Jaden Blue, he's gotten a lot of reps with the threes. And then yesterday was the first time we really got to see him get some burn with the twos. And we've seen some kickoff return, punt return stuff off of Brian Anger's foot a couple of times with Jaden Blue too. So maybe that's a potential role for him in the preseason.
It's Nick Harris, Star Telegram.
Yeah, goes to Mike McCarthy, says neither Jerry, Stephen, or McClay have never been willing to use a powerful weapon during player negotiations. No state income tax in Texas. I think they use it. They don't use it the way that they should. They don't use it the way they should. I'm telling you, when you have a representative, let me tell you the power of having a representative. When you got a representative, he can say the stuff that you know you ain't got no business to saying in a man's face, but they'll say it, and then you can just blame it on the agent. Yeah, that's how they negotiate. Yeah, they're negotiating for you, though. And anything they say is fair game to you. You let your agent get in there and do all that hard talking to folk. You let the agent and the GM, you let the GM do the hard talking, so that when them agents start talking about, rather than the owner, they're talking about that GM, go, hey, man, still right here is hard to deal with. And the last player that we tried to do A, B, or C with, man, he wound up dealing that player to Cleveland. He wound up dealing that player to so-and-so and got draft picks out of him. So we got to be careful with this guy because he's willing to lose. He's willing to lose. So you got to be careful. Edge got to be rolling. Again, she said this is about, I love what you said this is about by the Philly tush push. Dominique Pittman, appreciate that super chat. Dominique Pittman, my wife used to say this. She said, gee, the Cowboys don't deserve a player like Dak. She said we can only, I was thinking about my wife. Dominique says, he said we can only hope that they give him what he needs so he can finally get over that hump. I think he's getting over the hump. I do. I think Dak Prescott's getting over the hump. I do. Yep. I think he's going to get over for sure. Again, just give him a couple of, I've already saying, this is going to be the year we're going to see the flashes. And I think even in the playoffs, we'll see some flashes. Next year, Cowboys, I believe, will be a juggernaut. I do. DP Johnson. Oh, hold on a second. There was another comment I wanted to read. Hey, Brian Worley. Boy, that's an old one right there. I say it all the time. Fat meat greasy. I tell my sons when they start acting the nut. Hey, man. Fat meat greasy. I'll let you hit rock bottom. You better stop clowning. I'll tell him in a minute. What up, James Taylor? Jameson Taylor. Again, hope all is well. Madman said, I heard Washington got Bond. Okay, we'll check on that. Yeah. DP Johnson. I do think that he might have told them this already. Shotty needs to tell Jerry we need Micah in camp. Now, Micah is going to be in camp. Micah is going to be in camp. DP Johnson, the issue is he's not going to be working out. But DP, I'm torn on this. Quarterback is a little bit different because there's no contact for the quarterback. But I still say Dak Prescott was risking a lot last year before having a deal out there ripping and running because you tearing Achilles, you tearing Achilles, you're still going to get paid, but you're not going to get that money, but you're going to still get paid. But I do understand that when you're playing some of these other positions, like CeeDee Lamb, it would have been dangerous for CeeDee Lamb to be in training camp and tear a knee, even though I think the Cowboys still would have paid him because they paid Michael Gallup. And I guess this is all this probably doesn't matter with the Cowboys as much as it does with other teams because the Cowboys still seem to pay players when they come off these big injuries. So I don't know. I can't even say what I was about to say. I think as it applies to Micah Parsons, if I was him, just because I know how the Cowboys are, I probably would just come to camp because I just know the Cowboys are still going to pay Micah Parsons. Come on, he has to know they're still going to pay him. He has to know it because the precedent has been set. There is nobody we know of that I can think of that the Cowboys said, we're going to let you go. We're just going to trade you. Michael might as well come to training camp because even if he gets hurt, I believe the Cowboys still pay him. I mean, it'd have to be a cataclysmic injury. I think the Cowboys will still pay him. I still think they'd make him the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. I do. 70s fan said the New England Patriots would let a great player go. And guess what? Not only would they let him go, 70s fan, Bill Belichick had a habit of letting players go in their prime or right before they popped. He let them go. Sure would. He let them go. Yeah, and he said because they knew a good player, because they knew they had a good player to replace him. Yeah, and he says they used compensatory picks to perfection. Bill Belichick was genius. And what really helped him with that is that he had the quarterback. And the Cowboys got a good quarterback. So there are some things you can do when you got a quarterback signed. Ty Church, yep, he said facts. I'm telling you, Ty Church, you got to be willing, man. You got to be willing to go into these negotiations. He said, G. Cook, I said the same thing. Man, you got to go into these doggone negotiations. If you're not going into a negotiation to negotiate, man, just sign the doggone contract and be done with it. And I said this earlier. Man, if I was Cowboys, man, sign this thing, man. If you know you're going to bend over backwards, just go ahead and sign this thing. Andy said, I need to make sure the notifications are on for the CD YouTube channel. Got me wrong. Yep. Ty Church said, bro, they replaced him 4 times already. Man, I'm telling you, Ty Church, the Cowboys, they just, and I think one of the issues is they're doing their own negotiation. Stop doing it. And Ty Church, I'm going to read your next comment, boy. You got a fire comment on the next one. Goes to Mike McCarthy, said, well, Belichick didn't look much like a genius with those rosters. He wasn't willing to spin or evolve after Brady left Tampa. See, and that's what I said, goes to Mike McCarthy. Tom Brady afforded him to do those things. And the Joneses don't leverage Dak Prescott like that because Dak Prescott, you already have your quarterback. They can do some of the same things. You have your quarterback, bro. And Ty Church, this statement that Ty Church right here. Let me read Terrence LeBird first. You'll find another Parsons, i.e. Abdul Carter. Yeah. Now, we don't have Abdul Carter, but I know what you're saying. You have to keep that understanding. When I walk into the negotiation, I want everybody to know. Don't play with me today. I got some leverage too, Mr. Agent. I'm going to tell you what you can't control. What you can't control is the fact that I can trade your player to wherever I want him to. Anywhere I want him to. I want you to understand that, Mr. Agent. I can trade your player wherever I want him to, and there's nothing that you nor him can do about it because of the collective bargaining agreement. There's nothing you can do. Step in this room and play with me today. I'll ship you and your player. I'll ship both of y'all to the worst team in the league. Play with me. And I'll get a king's ransom for you. Watch this. You got to be able to negotiate. I'll tell you what I'll do. Not only will I trade your player to the worst team in the league, I'll cripple that team so that while he's playing for that team, he'll never win. Fat meat greasy, play with me. We go into a negotiation saying, ooh, we can't lose him. Well, if that's your attitude, don't even negotiate. Don't even negotiate because it's actually not a negotiation. It's not a negotiation. It's nothing but a dog and pony show. It's not a negotiation. It's just not. If you're not willing to go in with this attitude, I'm telling you, forget it. Don't even have the conversation. Don't even have the conversation. It's just an absolute joke. That's all it is. It's an absolute joke. Let me go back. I lost the comment I wanted to read that Ty Church said, and I think it's a very powerful statement. Ty Church, let me go back in here. Ty Church said something that I absolutely love here. I glanced at it, but I want to see if I can find it here. All right, hold on. Ty Church. Hold on, I'm trying to find it, man. I should have started so I could really come back and do it. All right, here we go. I think I'm about where it is. So Ty Church made a statement earlier, and it flipped on me again. Ty Church made a statement earlier that I think is so powerful. Ty Church says, and I'm going to paraphrase this first part, but Ty Church says, the Cowboys have already replaced Micah Parsons 4 times. What does he mean by that? I know exactly what he means. I want to read his comments so I don't have to paraphrase the next part. But Ty Church said, the Cowboys have already replaced Micah Parsons in the grand scheme of things if they wanted to use it in the negotiation. And what he's referring to are the players the Cowboys have already brought in. And one of these guys the Cowboys have already brought in is Donovan Ezeraku. That has to be, I know that's one of the ones he's talking about. So not only has the Cowboys brought in Donovan Ezeraku, the Cowboys also brought in Dante Fowler. The Cowboys have already got a pass rush, even if, let's just say, they don't sign Micah Parsons, which they've already signed him if they don't extend him. So they've already done that. So on top of that, you think about the fact Sam Williams is coming back. Marshawn Nealon is coming back. So when you think about these players the Cowboys have added, Ty Church is basically Ty Church is making a good point. The Cowboys have already got Micah Parsons in a sense where they want him if they're smart. Yeah, this is exactly what he's saying. Dante Fowler wants a pay raise. Sam Williams wants to be paid. Nealon and Easy are still young. So he's saying something. While those players individually, they're not better than Micah Parsons. We know this. Right, Ty Church? We know this. We know they're not better than Micah Parsons. Individually, they're not. But when you talk about a player like Micah Parsons, you don't try to replace him with one player. You would have to replace him with multiple players. Yeah, you'd have to replace him with multiple players because he is that good of a pass rusher, even though we've already kind of proven he's a liability in the run game. And so that's the kind of negotiation you have to be able to do. You got to sit down at the table with an agent because he's pulling out all the stops on you. And what he's holding above your head is how good the player is. That's what he's holding above your head, how good he is. For everybody who say stat nerds, well, the agent don't come in there showing you tape. They come in showing you stats. And they show you the stats that's favorable to them. They're not going to show you the stat where you've only had 1 sack in, 3 or 4 playoff games. They're not going to show that stat because that don't go to their advantage. They're going to come in with the stuff of averaging 12 sacks a season for 4 seasons in a row. They come in with the stuff that's advantageous for them. So you got to negotiate with the stuff that's advantageous for you. That's when you got to rebut with the 1 sack. That's when you got to rebut with the difference that you haven't made in big games. That's when you have to rebut with, hey, you go somewhere else, there's state tax. You go somewhere else, your podcast isn't the same. You go somewhere else, you're not as popular. You go somewhere else, we're controlling where you go. We'll sing you to Timbuktu. We'll sing you to the worst team in this league, and we'll let them deal with your contract situation. We'll let them, because you can't refuse their offer. They'll control you with franchise tags like the Cowboys control George Pickens with 2 franchise tags. You got to use those threats on those players. Got to be willing to tell them, I'm willing to live without you. When you tell a player that, fat meat greasy. Fat meat greasy. You got to let somebody know fat meat greasy. Because if you don't let them know fat meat greasy, they're going to do whatever they want to do. All up and down in here putting their foot on the furniture. Nah, you ain't doing that here. But this is why these agents, they keep kicking the Cowboys' butt like Brian Broaddus is talking about. They just kick the Cowboys' butt in these negotiations, straight up. Angie, yep. When would they learn? Paying so late or paying hurt guys and rushing them back too early? Straight up facts. Straight up facts. Straight up facts. It does. And then the very thing we were trying to accomplish, wanting this player on the team, that player winds up not even being effective in the first place. Cowboys got to make their mind up on some of this stuff. They do. Got to make their mind up. Damon Bama Boy, not trading Parsons or Jalen Ramsey for Jalen Ramsey. No, not doing that. No. And again, and Damon Bama Boy, you think about what I'm talking about with Michael Parsons. See, I'm not talking about trading Michael Parsons. I don't want anybody to put that in their head. I'm not talking about trading Michael Parsons. But what I am talking about is you better sit down at the table and you better come to negotiate. And you need to bring bargaining chips. And you need to say, I'm willing to lose you. You got to let a player understand that. Bro, I'm willing to lose you. I will not compromise the team for you. I'm willing to lose you. I'm willing to lose you. We will rebound. You're not saying that you're going to trade him. But you got to let them know you're willing to trade him. Oh, Teddy Drake said, do not trade Michael. Look what happened to Luka. Yeah, I agree. Look what happened to Luka. Because everybody thought they were going straight to the doggone, they're going straight to the championship. Didn't look like it this year. And I don't think they're going to still go. Robert M. said at some point they'll have to learn. Paying last is a detriment. You need fringe players too. Everybody plays a part. I do not understand why the Cowboys didn't pay Michael Parsons last year. He clearly, and I think he knew, he couldn't leapfrog Nick Bosa because he hadn't been better than Nick Bosa. But what the Cowboys allowed to happen is that they let a player who had also not played better than Nick Bosa, they let that player get paid. And once you let that player get paid more than Nick Bosa, all bets were off. All bets were off in the Michael Parsons camp. There was no more conversation about I don't have to be the highest paid player at my position. There was no more conversation. Because the Cowboys let someone who was not even as good as Michael Parsons get paid more than Nick Bosa. Troy Dudley, yeah. A lot, if not most players have no clue what they're negotiating against. Yeah. Exactly, Troy. I agree. They're letting their agents do it. That's what they're paying them for. They're letting their agents do it. That's why the Cowboys, the owner shouldn't be negotiating deals. How much you bet Jerry Jones don't do his own taxes? How much I bet Jerry Jones don't do his own taxes? There's a reason why Jerry Jones don't do his own taxes. Because Jerry Jones don't know all the tax codes. He don't know all the nuances. He don't know all the ins and the outs of taxes. Jerry wants to make sure that he pays as little taxes as possible and keep as much money in his pocket as he can. Correct? So why in the world would you go and try to negotiate deals for your own team? That's a lot of pride. That is a lot of pride. No. You go and you get somebody who knows how to do this doggone stuff. You do. You go and get somebody to do this kind of stuff. Nick Yak, the Cowboys made some kind of mistake. I saw this in an article this week. The Cowboys made some kind of mistake. I guess they did. They made some kind of mistake on Zach Martin's contract. The Cowboys are going to owe Zach Martin, I think, somewhere around $16 million. It's either this year or next year. It's crazy. Man, you can't do everything. You just can't. The ghost of Mike McCarthy said Michael will end up sitting out if there's no contract done. Shotty is still a first-year head coach. You'd like for him to go into his first training camp as head coach, not having to answer contract questions with Parsons. I agree. Quack Quack said this is exactly what the Joneses want. Us talking about 11 Parsons contract, that situation I just don't like about the Joneses. I don't either. And even though they have not been talking about it, I'll give them that. They have not been talking about it, but they need to get it done because it's going to continue. If they're already talking about him being in training camp, and if he starts holding out in camp or not, now it becomes a conversation. It does. It's a conversation, and it's a bad conversation. Cowboys should be talking more about winning. It's a bad conversation. The ghost of Mike McCarthy. Let me see. Hold on. Ghost of Mike McCarthy said, well, Howie Roseman's genius is that he reworks deals. Yeah, giving player a lot more guaranteed money down the road in the deal, which players want, and then tie in player incentives. Yeah. Terrence says, gee, there was no way they could have signed Dak, CD, and Micah max deals in the same year. But think about this. Micah wasn't asking for a max deal. Now he's asking for a max deal. He wasn't asking for a max deal because I think he knew he wasn't going to be able to get above Nick Bosa. Because Myles Garrett was not yet above Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa was the highest paid. He knew that he was not going to be able to negotiate because I don't think they could have made an argument that he was better than Nick Bosa. But the moment they let Max Crosby get a deal, it was all bets was off because it was no longer about you're not better than Nick Bosa because Max Crosby wasn't better than Nick Bosa. Max Crosby wasn't better than Michael Parsons. And then when Myles Garrett did what he did, it was a wrap. It was a wrap, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Now we got T.J. Watt. T.J. Watt going to drive it up even more. At least I believe he is. T.J. Watt, he's going to drive it up. Terrence LeBird, he said, oh, by the way, this is your best show yet to me. Oh, I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Yes, sir. It's a serious issue. All right, let's hear a little bit more Nick Harris, and then we'll move on before we get out of here.
Here at Nick Harris FWST on Twitter if you're looking for him. You know, the culture's been talked about a lot, Nick. A gentleman pointed out that there was a lot of great talk about culture and Mike McCarthy and nobody's given up in December. How do you reconcile all of that? Like, how much better is the culture? Is it players saying what the media wants to hear, or is it tangible in some way for you?
Yeah, when we talk about the culture under Brian Schottenheimer, I know this feels.
Now, I'm going to make a comment in a moment at what he says about the culture, because I think some of us are feeling this.
My opinion that I believe is fact is that it is a good culture that he's built early on. You know, he's building it around communication. He's building it around, having fun, competing every day. And I think those three things as cornerstones to that culture. You know, if you look at, proven cultures in the past,
Johnson,
you see those traits being associated with it. The thing that's interesting for me, and I think you were already alluding to it, is how it compares to Mike McCarthy's culture. You know, if they are putting in so much energy and effort into creating a good culture, does that mean that they did not have a great one last year? And I don't think that, I don't think that's an over-encompassing statement. I think there's some nitty-gritty you can get involved with there when it comes to individuals. I think if you ask some people in that locker room last year, they would say, yeah, Mike McCarthy built a great culture here. It was player first. It was, there was communication. But I think if you ask some other players, like, yeah, communication wasn't the best around here. It's why the defense didn't start off strong. It was why when new pieces were integrated throughout the season that they weren't quite ready to hit the field. It was why CeeDee Lamb, when he arrived just a couple of weeks before the season, there was some issues whenever they did get on the field because communication wasn't strong. So I think it's circumstantial basis, but if you're looking at it from Brian Schottenheimer moving forward from 2025 and beyond, he has certainly done everything possible to make sure that those concerns don't exist. And when it comes to that individual basis, he does a much better job, in my opinion, of reaching out individually to each of his players and figuring out what the issues are before they come to a head.
And I'm going to tell you where I disagree with Nick Harris. Nick Harris is not, and again, this is no knock on Nick Harris. I think he's just trying to defend Mike McCarthy some, as in saying, let's not just say that Mike McCarthy's culture was terrible. I'm going to disagree. It was absolutely trash. Mike McCarthy wasn't trash, Robert M., but his culture was trash. And the reason why it was is that everybody could tell Mike McCarthy and the Joneses were not on the same page. The culture is not just the locker room. That's the part Nick Harris is missing. Nick Harris is talking about locker room jargon. He's talking about the locker room. Did you notice? Communication with players. That's what he's talking about. Where Shotty's culture is different even than Jason Garrett's. Shotty has actually been influencing the front office. We're hearing Stephen Jones talking about how fun it is. We're seeing Stephen Jones doing skits with the players. We're seeing Stephen Jones do things. We're seeing Jerry Jones doing things. We're seeing everything moving differently. We watched Jerry Jones talking about, we stuck to our draft board. Schottenheimer stood on the table on this. We're watching a culture that not only is permeating from the locker room, we're watching a culture that is permeating throughout the whole franchise. And that's the part to me that Jason Garrett didn't do. That's the part to me. And I don't know, Mike McCarthy, I'm sorry. That was a travesty in itself from the beginning because the man was lying from the beginning. We're watching the kind of culture change that we saw when Jimmy walked into the building. Jimmy changed everything in the building when he walked in. Changed everything in the building. Absolutely. The final question for the Cowboys, though, is this. What does it look like on the field? Now we got to get it on the field. I mean, OTAs, they've been a little bit exciting. We got to see what this thing look like on the field. What is the effect on the field? How does this translate into play on the field? What will these coaches be able to do with the players they've been given? What will they be able to do? That's the question.
Nick, who in the locker room got a hold of Tyler Guyton?
I think that would be Tyler Smith, his right-hand man, literally right shoulder man on the offensive line. Those two have spent a lot of time together this offseason, whether it be, hanging out in person and cooking and eating and changing their diets or even playing Call of Duty whenever they're at their respective homes and still spending time outside of the facility and then in the facility, learning this new system and bonding with offensive line coach Connor Riley. Those two guys have really taken to each other, and both of them went to college in the state of Oklahoma. Both of them are state of Texas kids, and they're going to be in the same age range for a while as long as both of them are still on the team. But yeah, that would be the guy that I would point to.
You buying it?
Buying what part of it exactly?
Well, I knew you were going to do this because you're always really good at doing this. You just don't let anybody ask you a question without really getting the answer the way it needs to be asked. But yeah, are you buying him and all the things he's talking about with the media that he wasn't very mature and he needs to be better and all that? You buying all that?
Yeah.
Read a couple comments here, and I see some comments here that's pretty funny. It goes to Mike McCarthy. Yeah, you're right. Stephen Jones gets his own players' names wrong. So, yeah, that's another reason why I wouldn't have him negotiating deals. I mean, you really need somebody that's totally informed in this stuff. And, again, they're going in here and they're going, just like the players going for everything they can get. Well, you need somebody that's going for everything that they can get to on this team. DP Johnson says, what I don't understand is we act like Diggs is out, but they act like they can't pay Bland. Now, DP Johnson, this is a very good discussion right here. I think Diggs is out. I do think Diggs is out. There's something going on between the Cowboys and Trayvon Diggs. And I think where this all really got salty is when Jerry Jones blamed Trayvon Diggs' injury on the fact that he had his own rehab last year and he didn't rehab with the guy, what is his name, Brett, that he didn't rehab with the Cowboys guys, and that's why he's dealing with what he's dealing with. Jerry and Steven have both alluded to that. And so they seem to be at some kind of war with each other. I don't know exactly what's going on, but they definitely seem to be at war with each other. They definitely seem to be at war with each other. And so, they definitely seem to be at war with one another. And I don't know. Trayvon Diggs, this whole issue with Trayvon Diggs, it just seemed like that there's something going on between him and the Cowboys. Now, yesterday, Steven said they're in communication with Blend. Everything's going well in the rehab. Jerry's kind of came back and said something like that. Brian Schottenheimer said he's talked to Diggs. I've already said this. Diggs is a part of the plan for the Cowboys this year. But I don't think he's a part of the plan going forward because the way they did his deal, they get to walk away from his deal this year and save $13 million. I do think the Cowboys don't want to tie up the kind of money in him and Diggs, DP, simply because George Pickens. Everybody keeps talking about all this money the Cowboys have. The Cowboys don't have as much money as people think. They really don't. We haven't figured in. We have not figured in, DP, the possibility of the Cowboys getting another free agent or making another trade before the beginning of the season. We haven't figured in the Cowboys could actually do something fantastic at the trade deadline, depending upon how they see the team. The Cowboys have got to pay Deron. I don't think the Cowboys can go without paying Deron Blend. And they're going to have to choose between Deron Blend and Trayvon Diggs. Why? Because Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith. This dude's going to break the bank. Nobody's talking about Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith's going to break the bank. And the Cowboys are paying Tyler Smith. Book it. Book it. They're paying Tyler Smith. It's not even going to be a conversation. They're paying Tyler Smith. He going to eat up a large chunk of the Dallas Cowboys salary cap. No doubt about it. And so when you start thinking about all these things, the Cowboys got some good problems coming up. Oh, and let me not forget again, DP. Let me not forget again. Let me read the rest of your comment. He said, did we not just figure out that getting rid of Coop was wrong, so why not keep both? I'm just saying. I think they'll do it this year, but they got to make a decision on one of them going forward. DP, let's just think about some of these scenarios. The Cowboys, these situations, the Cowboys have put themselves in. Okay, is Dante Fowler truly a one-year rental? What if Dante Fowler balls out? Do you just say the heck with Dante Fowler? We got Donovan Ezeraku. We're going to keep rolling in that direction, and we're going to let Dante Fowler, if they come in here and absolutely dominating this thing, we're going to let him walk. So, again, we know we got to sign Deron Blend. We know we have to sign Tyler Smith. And don't let me forget George Pickens. George Pickens. DP, I'm just telling us. If Dak Prescott comes out and does what I think he's going to do with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, y'all get ready. I will not be surprised. There are going to be games this year that George Pickens is going to dominate more than CeeDee Lamb. I believe CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens both will be 1,000-yard receivers this year. I am not going to be surprised if Dak Prescott throws for 4,500 yards. Straight up. George Pickens, if everything goes according to plan, that means if we're in the playoffs, we win a playoff game, maybe even two. Let's just say we win two. We fail at the NFC Championship game. Don't even let us get to the Super Bowl. And I mean that as in, you know, yeah, because I do want us to get to the Super Bowl. But I'm saying, don't let us get to the Super Bowl. What do you think the price of George Pickens is going to be? We cannot pay him all. We cannot pay, at least I don't know how you work it out. We can't pay Deron Blend, Ty Smith, Trayvon Diggs, George Pickens. How do you pay all four of them going forward? Wait a minute. Let me add something else. Let me throw something else into the fire, DP. What if Kyle Elam come out here and ball out? What if Kyle Elam balls out? And the Cowboys want Kyer Elam to ball out. They do. They want Kyer Elam to ball out. What if he balls out too? You can't pay them all. The Cowboys got problems. They got problems that you want to have, but they got problems. See, we just thinking about a couple of players. No, the Cowboys got problems, man. They got problems. They got problems. Oh, did I forget to mention we got to extend Micah Parsons? We got to finally sign him to his deal. Yeah, we're going to have to extend him. That's 6 players, not 2 or 3. That's 6 players you have to consider. You have to consider. Because I'm just telling us, the Cowboys have picked up a 5th-year option for Ty Smith. Does he get on the field? Does he get on the field on that 5th? So you got 6 players. You cannot pay them all. You can't. You're going to have to make a decision between which one of these cornerbacks do you want to go with. And I'll be honest with you. If I got to choose between DaRon Bland, I don't have to choose between DaRon Bland and Trayvon Diggs this season. We're actually going to see both of them play on the field, I believe. We're going to see both of them play on the field. We don't have to worry about that this year. But the Cowboys have to make a decision. Which one are they going to commit to going forward? Because you cannot pay both of them going forward. And if I got to choose between DaRon Bland and Trayvon Diggs, I'm playing DaRon Bland. Because DaRon Bland can play inside. He can play outside. I believe he's a better tackler. I'm rolling with DaRon Bland. Man, Trayvon Diggs has got to make a... I don't think we understand the turnaround this dude has to make. Man, he's been a terrible tackler over the past couple of seasons. He hasn't been the same in pass coverage. He's flashed, but he hasn't been consistent. He hasn't been consistent. And even the injury, don't let his rehab videos fool you. Rehab is not the same as you having to come down and making tackles. You falling on the turf, falling on your knee, getting blocked. It's not the same. Boy, we got a lot to see with Trayvon Diggs. But again, Cowboys can't pay all them guys. They cannot pay all those guys, and I'm telling you, the Cowboys want the problem of Kyer Elam. If you don't think they do, just keep listening to them. They want the problem of Kyer Elam. If Kyer Elam balls out with the Cowboys, they got a decision to make. They have a decision to make. Do they let him just walk away? I got another one for you. I got another player to throw into the heap. Do y'all know Jalen Tolbert is about to break the bank? I know my girl Angie calls him Tolbert. Y'all better understand something. Jalen Tolbert is about to break the bank. Jalen Tolbert, y'all, he's about to break the bank. Those numbers for last year, those are not number 2 receiver numbers. But those are definitely number 3 receiver numbers. And I believe as a number 3 receiver with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, Tolbert will surpass his last year's numbers. Oh, he about to break the bank. Tolbert going to break the bank on us, I'm telling you. And the Cowboys are going to have to make a decision on him. This is why when we ask the question, and it's a great question, why can't we have DaRon Bland and Trayvon Diggs? You can this season. Going forward, you can't. You can't have both of them. I'm not sure that the Cowboys want to go in and rework Trayvon Diggs' deal and start putting in those UFA years. Or those void years. I'm sorry, not UFA years, those void years. I don't think they want to go down the line and start putting void years into Trayvon Diggs because then you're heavily invested and you can't do anything with him. And if he turns around and he gets another injury, no. If there is one deal the Cowboys did perfectly, Trayvon Diggs. They did that deal perfect. The Cowboys don't have to do nothing to the Trayvon Diggs deal. They can either roll with it or they can let him go and save $13 million. And if Kyer Elam, Savon Revel Jr., we already know what DeRon Bland is. Kalen Carson. We got to keep thinking about these guys. If all those guys turn out, I'm not going to deal with Trayvon Diggs. I actually don't need to pay Trayvon Diggs and DeRon Bland. Savon Revel Jr., if healthy, he's going to be everything Trayvon Diggs is no longer. Savon Revel Jr. will be a better tackler. He's a lot more nastier. And if he comes along in pass coverage the way everyone thinks he does, you don't need Trayvon Diggs. You don't need him. Trayvon Diggs has actually been a liability for the last 2 seasons. Whether we admit it or not, he's been a liability. Now, the onus is on Trayvon Diggs. He got to show this team that he's worthy of being kept to go in the next season. And I think it's going to be a Herculean effort. I believe the only way the Cowboys say we're going to keep DeRon Bland and Trayvon Diggs is that Trayvon Diggs literally comes out here and either ties or surpasses the record that was set by DeRon Bland. Because short of that, nah, they're not going to deal with him after this season. They don't. Lost in translation said, I've done the math. It's Super Bowl or bust with these guys. G, hold on tight for the ride. You know what? I do think it is to a certain degree, because some of these players, they got to make a decision on them now. George Pickens, they'll have to make the decision now. They're not franchise tagging George Pickens for no doggone $23 million in one season. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. It don't even make sense to do it. They're not going to do it. Damon Bama Boy said, tell me why Jalen Ramsey has a mouthpiece on his helmet and never uses it since his Jacksonville days, and take it off and get your teeth knocked out by a lot of players doing this. Man, that's the new style these guys are doing. It's crazy to me. Man, I don't even understand the 2 mouthpiece thing I saw some guys do. Asiatic Pain, he said they signed Diggs already. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's already signed. He's already signed. The Cowboys are in a situation where they can walk away from him, though. And that's where they're not. I don't think they're gonna keep on with the deal. Trayvon Diggs' deal is perfect, guys. If there's been a deal, I'm telling you, if there's a deal the Cowboys did correctly, it's Trayvon Diggs. They can walk smooth away from this dude. Save $13 million, if I'm not mistaken. Straight up. Straight up. No, the Cowboys, y'all get ready. You will get to see both of these guys on the field at the same time, I do believe, this year. Towards mid to end of the season. You're going to see both of them. But this is the swan song, I believe, for Trayvon Diggs. And I think Trayvon Diggs knows it. That's why he's got this documentary thing going on his YouTube page, because he wants to show the world that my rehab, the procedure that I had, I'm still good. He's not just looking at playing for the Cowboys this year. This man is looking beyond the Cowboys. Angie, I'm telling you, whether we do it or somebody else do it, Tolbert about to break the bank. Tolbert about to break the bank. And I do believe he's going to match the numbers, or if not surpass, the ones he put up last year. That boy about to get paid. That boy about to get paid, I'm telling you. Excuse me. That boy Jalen Tolbert about to get paid, y'all. I'm telling you. Jared Thomas, again, why do people like Dak delusional fans and Drew 912 still put the blame on one player? That is exactly the attitude that they're trying to get out of here. They are. I'm telling us. Cowboys got some decisions to make. They do. Tell it like it is. Wait. Diggs is still a beast. He was playing hurt. Yeah. Problem is he's been playing hurt for 2 seasons. He's been playing hurt for 2 seasons. But again, I don't think they're going to keep him going forward. You won't need to keep him. You won't need to keep him going forward. Not if these guys turn out. Not if Savon Revel Jr. turns out. Kyer Elam turns out. You don't need Trayvon Diggs. You don't. They're not going to do it. They got to make a decision between him and DaRon Bland, and I think they're going to choose DaRon Bland. Yep, I think they're going to choose DaRon Bland. It's the swan song for Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs, I'm telling y'all, he's not rehabbing for the Cowboys. He's not. Troy Dudley, y'all. Hey, I appreciate you. I'm telling you, play for keeps. Appreciate you. This man ain't rehabbing for the Cowboys, y'all. Cowboys already got him under a deal. He's not rehabbing for the Cowboys. He's rehabbing because he knows this may be the swan song with the Cowboys, and I think it is. I think he is. Asiatic Pain, you said you never seen him tackle like he did last year before he got hurt. Yeah. And that's why I don't think he needs to rush back. If I'm Diggs, don't rush back. Don't rush back. Do not rush back. Diggs needs to get 100% healthy before he touches that field. There's a lot at stake for Diggs this year. It is. Nick Yak, Diggs was insane before that injury. Diggs was insane before that injury and that contract. And it's actually kind of strange. He got the contract and immediately got the injury. Hey, Troy Dudley, yeah, he is. That's why I'm saying if Revel turns out, Diggs is done. Diggs is Savon Revel Jr. is the Diggs replacement. Straight up. Savon Revel Jr. is the Diggs replacement. He's the Diggs replacement. And I'm going to tell you something about Diggs y'all might not realize. Diggs, early on, great instincts. Y'all might not realize it. He's not very fast for a cornerback. Diggs is not that fast. That's why Diggs is one of those dudes that if you get past his jam or if you just run past him, there's nothing he can do. If the quarterback throws the ball where it needs to be, Diggs can't do nothing with you. Diggs can't do anything with you. Diggs, because he is a bigger cornerback, the way he deals with guys like Jamar Chase, physicality. He can't run with he can't run with it. But he can like really deal with guys from a physical standpoint. But he's not the same no more. He's not the same no more. And that's why it would behoove him to make sure he gets 100% right before he steps on the field again. He's not that fast. He's not that quick of a cornerback, especially now. So Savon Revel Jr. and the way they're talking about, they've already said Kyer Elam has been the fastest defensive back in camp. I'm telling y'all, the Bills gave up on this guy too quick. He's going to be nice. Yep, Diggs was, but he would also stand back and let others tackle. Straight up, Angie. And if you're going to play an Eberflus defense, you got to be able to tackle. Got to be able to tackle. Tell it like it is. He better. But even if he does get back to 100%, I don't think it's going to be. I just don't think the Cowboys are going to go with him and DaRon Bland. It's a lot of money to tie up in the cornerback position. And the reason is you got to pay George Pickens. Y'all tell me who you're taking. Who you taking? George Pickens or you taking George Pickens or Trayvon Diggs? That $13 million you're going to save on Trayvon Diggs. And it may be more than that. Give it to George Pickens. I think it is easier to replace Trayvon Diggs because I think they can replace Trayvon Diggs with Savon Revel Jr. I think it's easier to replace Diggs than it is to replace George Pickens. And, man, if this dude, George Pickens, come on this team and burn, if this dude comes on this team and balls out, the Cowboys would be insane to let him go. Y'all tell me. Tell me what you think. I would rather tie up. I would rather tie up a 3 or 4 year deal in George Pickens, giving him somewhere around $80 to $90 million 4 years, than I would keep Trayvon Diggs going forward with the deal that he has. Absolutely. I got to have George Pickens. I do. I got to have George Pickens. Tell it like it is. Yeah, I believe he did rush back. Not only that, they said he did his rehab wrong. Randy, what's going on? They said that this dude Kyrie Elam been balling out in training camp. They said he been balling out. I'm just telling us. They said he been balling out. George Pickens, I'm telling you. George Pickens is really what's going to figure into a lot of what the Cowboys do going forward. If this dude balls out, the Cowboys are going to have to make a choice. It's not just the run, Bland, and Diggs. It's the run, Bland, Diggs, Ty Smith, George Pickens, Kyrie Elam. I mean, all these players I'm naming. They got to choose. This isn't just a George. This isn't just a thing with Trayvon Diggs. It's not. Randy said he bets Elam has more interceptions this season than Diggs. Yeah, I'm telling you. The Cowboys, I believe, have made Trayvon Diggs expendable. I think they made him expendable. Jared says, I thought the one quarterback doing it all himself died in the Super Bowl. No. And it won't die into Dallas until they kill it. Good night, James. Appreciate you. They have to kill it. They really do. They have to kill it. Daniel M said, I still think all of this speculation and until we see what it is. Hey, Daniel M, there it is. We have to see it on the field. Because let me tell you what I think these beat writers keep doing. The one thing they don't want to do is go all in on the Cowboys. Because they don't want to deal with I told you so. They don't want to have to come back and say I was wrong on this, that, or the other. This is why they keep hedging their bets. Nick Harris is missing this on this culture thing. This culture is better from the top down, not just the locker room. It wasn't just the locker room that was the problem here. It was top down. Shotty has done that part. OTAs, everybody likes it. The question is, and this is why I've told everyone who's heard me say this. I don't think we understand, man, it is hard for a first-year coach to win the Super Bowl. Barry Switzer did it because Jimmy had already built the entire team. Barry Switzer didn't come in and change the culture. Barry Switzer just came in and allowed the culture that was already in place to continue to go on. That's all he did. Barry Switzer just stood on the sideline. That's all he did. The team was already built. It was already built. And Jerry knew the Dallas Cowboys got beat in the 94 season. That's the year Jimmy was gone. They win the 2 Super Bowls at the end of Jimmy's 5-year deal. Jerry lets Jimmy walk. Brings in his friend Barry Switzer. Barry Switzer doesn't do anything, but just be a figurehead in a sense. And they lost to the San Francisco 49ers. Jerry goes and gets Deion Sanders from the 49ers. Gets the Cowboys back on track. They win another Super Bowl. And they went downhill after that. That was the beginning of this new, quote-unquote, whatever it is the Cowboys got going with this culture. This culture didn't start with Mike McCarthy. Didn't start with Bill Parcells. It started the moment Jimmy left this team. It started the moment Jimmy left this team. And so now they're trying to change. They're trying to make this change of we're trying to get back to some of the things we did then. Here's the issue. And I'm telling you what these beat writers are waiting on. If this fails, they're going to come back and bring up all this stuff. They're going to come back and they're going to bring up all this stuff. All this culture talk. They're going to bring all this up. Some of the Cowboy fans are going to do it too. Some of the Cowboy fans are going to come back and do it too. If the Cowboys are not better, they're going to talk about this culture stuff, wasn't this and wasn't that. That's why I've been saying, while it would be great if the Cowboys go to the Super Bowl this year, it'll be fantastic. There's a reason why only 2 rookie head coaches have won the Super Bowl. There's a reason. There's a reason. Rome wasn't built in a day. It wasn't built in a day. Only 2 coaches, and I guess really 3. Because Barry Switzer was let's see. No, and I'm sorry, Barry didn't do it in his rookie season. Yeah, even Barry didn't do it, so it's only been 2. And those 2 coaches, George Seifert inherited a juggernaut. An absolute juggernaut. George Seifert didn't have to build a culture because the culture was already built with Bill Walsh. He was just on the staff. So he just continued what was already there. They already had great players. Bill Walsh didn't have to do what Brian Schottenheimer is being asked to do. In a salary cap era on top of that. Even though Bill Walsh took over after the salary cap era was over, but that team had already been built. He benefited from the juggernaut that was already built. So we're talking to Brian Schottenheimer, brand new coach, brand new coaches, all these rookies. He's got to put all this together with some of the veterans that have already been there, and he's got to just, all of this, he got to turn around, and everybody, some people are expecting Super Bowl. I'm telling you, if he does it, I'm just telling you straight up. If Brian Schottenheimer wins the Super Bowl this year, I've already said it, Brian Schottenheimer is going to go down as one of the greatest coaches in NFL history. Brian Schottenheimer will go down, not in Cowboys history. Brian Schottenheimer, if he wins the Super Bowl this year, Brian Schottenheimer will go down in history as one of the greatest coaches ever. It will be incredible. And I don't even think we understand what I'm telling us. It will be incredible if this man can help this team win a Super Bowl. It'll be incredible. It'll be incredible. Ryan R. on Trayvon Diggs, he says Diggs was an anomaly. He had a great year, cashed out. He said he cashed out, yeah. Yeah. Asiatic said Revel is Jordan Lewis replacement. No. Revel's playing outside. Unequivocally. He is playing outside. Revel is not playing inside. And Elam is till Diggs get back. We can carry 4 to 5 corners. Yeah, again, Diggs will be a part of the plan, but Savon Revel Jr. is not playing outside. What they're doing right now is exactly what I thought what they should do. Deron Bland is your best outside cornerback. Savon Revel Jr. is your other outside cornerback, and he's the other reason why I'm telling you. Savon Revel Jr. is the Trayvon Diggs replacement. End of story. You're not playing Savon Revel Jr. inside. Deron Bland would move inside before Savon Revel Jr. would play inside. That is totally taking Savon Revel Jr. out of position. He is an outside cornerback. He is an outside cornerback. Trayvon Diggs, this is it. I'm just telling us this is it for Trayvon Diggs. Savon Revel Jr. is the replacement. Kyrie Elam, I'm not sure where he figures into this yet. We're going to see how he plays. But Kyrie Elam, I don't really think he's the problem. I don't think he's Stephon Diggs' problem. Savon Revel Jr. is. Savon Revel Jr. is Trayvon Diggs' problem because he's his replacement. Straight up, he's his replacement. And the Cowboys have visions of sugar plums dancing in their head. And I don't blame them. Savon Revel Jr. has the potential to be a bigger, better, faster Trayvon Diggs. That's exactly what he is. He was going to be a first-round talent, and they're saying he was going to be the first cornerback off the board had he not got hurt, and the Cowboys wouldn't even have him. No, Savon Revel Jr. is Trayvon Diggs' replacement, straight up.
Buying the intention from him. I am buying the purpose that he's created. And to kind of put it on a flip side of why I'm buying it, I was not buying it from Mazi Smith this time last year, and still not for Mazi Smith, for the record. But I think with Tyler Guyton, there's a lot of intention there, and the proof is in the pudding, I think, already, with how he looks physically. I think you've already seen some physical improvements there. But as far as buying on-field improvement, yeah, catch me in training camp, Brian.
Okay.
Nice.
I like it. There you go. Catch me in Oxnard.
Oh, Mike on.
How about that mic?
Yep.
What are you thinking about George Pickens?
I forgot about Brandon Aubrey, Damon. Brandon Aubrey is going to be the highest paid kicker in the league. I'm telling you, this thing with Trayvon Diggs, the Cowboys have made him expendable. They've made him expendable. They have cornerbacks that can at least do what he's done the last 2 seasons, being hurt. Savon Revel Jr. is his replacement. Straight up. Straight up. Savon Revel Jr. is his replacement. But we will probably see, I do think we get to see DeRon Bland and Diggs on the field this year. I think we get to see him on the field. But I'll tell you this, I just want you to imagine a situation where if Savon Revel Jr. and DeRon Bland are balling, Wanye Thomas, Carl Carson playing nickelback, and they're playing good, the Dallas Cowboys may very well trade Trayvon Diggs. Why not? Why let him walk? If he can prove to the world that he's healthy, why don't you trade him? Because you already got his replacement. The Cowboys aren't going to pay him. DeRon Bland and Bama Boy just added somebody else to who we got to pay. No, the Cowboys made him expendable. They absolutely made Trayvon Diggs expendable. I'm telling you. He'll be okay. They're going to let him play this year because I think Lost in Translation made a great comment. The Cowboys may be trying to throw everything into the ring to win this year because George Pickens is a win-now Super Bowl move. And we'll see what happens once they get in training camp. Because I'm telling you, if the Cowboys start bringing in people like DJ Reader, they're telling us, man, it's championship moves right here. I think Dante Fowler, we're overlooking Dante Fowler. Dante Fowler is a championship move. That dude had 10 sacks last year, if I'm not mistaken. Dante Fowler is a championship move. You got Donovan Ezeraku and Dante Fowler. Yeah, them championship moves. That's serious right there. Now we're just waiting on the Cowboys. Will they make that move at tackle, even though Brian Broaddus has really made the case that the Cowboys need to improve all around as it applies to the run. But don't disregard, he did say that, yeah, Mazi has not played up the snuff. And so Cowboys got a couple more moves I think they need to make, especially with George Pickens, and there's a chance that George Pickens could go somewhere else and break the bank. Nah, the Cowboys might need to be in that win-now mode. They need to be in that win-now mode. Because I'm telling you, man, you do not want to waste a player like George Pickens. What the Cowboys are going to be able to do with George Pickens, don't waste it. Don't waste it. Skeptical Fade, what's up? He said, give G his overtime pay. Hey, doing it for the culture. Let's go.
It's right now.
Yeah, I think a fascinating thing that I think that's formulating with George Pickens is his relationship with Dak Prescott. And I point that out specifically because it was a revolving door at quarterback at times in Pittsburgh. I mean, you just look at last year in a nutshell, and it was, all the quarterback controversy that they had throughout the year. And you never really felt like he connected with the quarterback in Pittsburgh or even during his time in Georgia. But coming into this outfit, he has Dak Prescott there. That's going to be his safe guy as his QB1 moving forward. And I think the relationship that they've built off the field, I think we saw that very minor translate onto the field yesterday during OTAs. And it was a point in red zone work. They were doing 7-on-7, and Dak was having to work off script a little bit and roll out. And he was directing traffic with George Pickens. And he was directing traffic in a way that, you would thought that they would had a pre-existing relationship at least for a few months instead of a few weeks. And then he was able to guide him right to the sideline. He put a ball on the money that only he could go out and grab. he fully extended. If you saw Bobby Belt's great drawing on Twitter, that was that's the play I'm referring to. And he hauled it in, tiptoed in for a touchdown, and drew some oohs and ahs from us in the media and from the sideline. But I think you see that off-field connection already translating on the field here during OTAs, and that's got to be exciting if you're a Cowboys fan.
Nick, I know it's early, and they're probably not showing too much.
Yeah, I'm telling y'all, man, George Pickens is a part of this thing too. The Cowboys are going to be looking to save money wherever they can. They're going to be looking to save money because they got to make decisions. I mean, I think the two safeties are in danger. I think in particular, it's Donovan Wilson. They can tell me anything they want to about Donovan Wilson. But why would you pay Donovan Wilson and you just paid Marquise Bell and you have Wanye Thomas? I think the Cowboys are going to be trying to figure out ways to shave money because they got, I mean, I don't think you're going to have two $30 million receivers, but I'm not going to be surprised if the Cowboys may figure out a way to have a $30 million receiver and maybe a $20 to $25 million receiver. Maybe they figure out a way. Again, y'all tell me, you have a choice. Y'all have a choice. I come to you and say, tell you what, here's the choice. We're going to keep Trayvon Diggs on his present deal and continue to pay him. Or would you rather us cut Trayvon Diggs and offer George Pickens a 4-year, $100 million deal with $80 million guaranteed? Which one are you asking? Who you taking? Tell me who you taking. Those are your choices. Who you taking? Because I'm telling you, I want to see what George Pickens is. But if George Pickens do what we think he's going to do, I'm taking George Pickens with CeeDee Lamb over Trayvon Diggs with Deron Bland when I already know I got Savon Revel Jr. And they're already saying Savon Revel Jr.'s knee injury wasn't that serious. Clean injury. People come back from those, they're good to go. Who you taking?
But have you gleaned anything from this offense and just the way they're going about things? Does it look much different than what we've seen with McCarthy and company?
Yeah, that's super tough at this juncture. And I think already, with the media viewing practice, it's going to be vanilla. So I think you take that with already it's in a developmental aspect of things, and they're still putting things together from a playbook perspective. And now they do have a playbook, don't get me wrong. And a lot of these guys have spending a lot of time diving into it. I chatted it up with Jonathan Mingo yesterday, and I was like, hey, how's your offseason been? You been up to anything? He's like, nah, really. I've just been diving into this playbook. So there's guys that are spending time on it, and it's definitely a product that is fully encompassing. But I don't think we're really going to see that full product, Eric, until probably week 1 or week 2. And I think that's going to be an intentional effort.
Will Dak be 100%?
Hey, Thomas, hey, don't let me call Barry. Hey, don't let me call Barry a joke. I'll say this, Thomas Roth. He was just a figurehead. That's all he was. Barry realized something. He didn't have to coach. Barry asked Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson, how in the world did they F up the Dallas Cowboys? How did they F up the relationship that they had? Because Barry Switzer knew full well if Jimmy and Jerry had stayed together, they could have been the New England Patriots of the 90s. I still say, not just Jerry and Jimmy. Jerry and Jimmy messed up a dynasty. Both of them. Excuse me. Jerry more than Jimmy, but they both messed up a dynasty. Jerry and Jimmy could have ruled the 90s. More than they did. They won 3 and 4. I think they could have won 6 out of 8. I think they could have won 6 out of 8, 7 out of 10. The way they did business. 7 out of 10. I could see them easily from 92 to 2000 or 92 to 2002. I believe the Cowboys could have easily gotten 6 to 7 Super Bowls. Easy. Easy if Jimmy would have stayed. Easy if Jimmy would have stayed. Barry was just a figurehead, and Barry knew it. Barry didn't come in there to do anything but to do what Jerry wanted. That's all he did. Hey, let's just prove that a Super Bowl can be won without Jimmy. and then I'm out of here. Ryan said, for example, discussions around the Cowboys' 2024 roster decisions highlighted concerns about keeping players who were drafted early but haven't lived up to expectations. Okay. Ross said, who else beside Kelsey does Mahomes have? Andy Reid. And it showed this year. Yeah, they got another tight end too, Thomas Roth. Kelsey isn't the only one. Kelsey wasn't the tight end that it was the tight end, as a matter of fact, they just signed. Not to mention Pacheco. The Chiefs didn't use Pacheco the way that they should have this year. But Pacheco was a major reason why they got to the Super Bowl before that. Yeah, they got players around him. But I don't think he's been the same since Tyreek Hill. MJ tell the truth. He said Elam going to start. I'm telling you, man, Cowboys got options at cornerback. I said this before. I think they have the cornerback situation in the building already. The only person I think they could bring in would be I don't think they'll bring in a guy like Jair Alexander. I think they'll probably bring in Stephon Gilmore, if anything. Oh, and Angie, you asked about Kalen Carson. Sounds like they've been saying Kalen Carson's been doing pretty good too. Damon said, Bama Boy said, I'm so tired of us not paying some of our top players and they go win a championship with another team. We've had this in the past, no doubt. Yep, no doubt. All right, let's hear this last comment from Nick, and then we're going to get out of here.
Sent full contact when we get to Oxnard?
I would expect so. I mean, he's moving around, and he's getting his reps in here during OTAs like he is a full participant. And I would expect him to be full contact in Oxnard, yes.
Young pass rusher, most likely to join the pressure party there with Micah and Osa.
So why do
I see some of y'all answering the question about George Pickens and Trayvon Diggs, because I'm telling you, I think this is a legitimate question. And I see where some of you, Randy, he said, I like the second one. Sean Canton, he said GP3 all day. Dominique Pittman, he said, yeah, I'm cutting Diggs and re-signing Pickens. Yeah, I'm just telling you, this is the decision they have to make. James Bakari, Pickens. Yeah, Pickens all day, Sean Canton, because that's really the decision they're going to be making. You already have the cornerbacks to take Diggs' place. You do. Savon Revel Jr. is Trayvon Diggs' replacement. All we need to do is get through the season with Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs can help us. But Trayvon Diggs also allows you to put Trayvon Diggs in a rotation. You don't have to let Trayvon Diggs play every down no more, even if you let him play. You don't have to let him play every down. You can also kind of work him back in gradually. You don't have to play him every down. And then once the season is over, you see what the result is? You can cut Trayvon Diggs, save $13 million. Guess what you do in next year's draft? You go and get the best cornerback available. Simple. Go get the best cornerback available, because George Pickens will be better than any cornerback you can get in the draft next year if you let him walk. And I would dare say he's better than any wide receiver you're going to get in free agency next year if there's any out there. George Pickens is already probably what? Top 12? Inching his way into the top 10, and will probably be somewhere around top 5, top 7 this year. Who are you getting? You can let Trayvon Diggs walk. Easy. Let him walk. Just use him this year. Let him walk. Go get the best cornerback next year. And I think that is what the Cowboys have planned. Pickens is, I believe, going to be a priority for the Cowboys. Pickens will be a priority. Pickens, Tyler Smith, Deron Bland, Brandon Aubrey. They're going to be the priorities for the Cowboys. Everybody else, they're just going to wait and see. But I don't think Trayvon Diggs is in the plan. I don't think he's in the plan no more. And the Cowboys, they're going to, like I said, they're going to let him play this year. I don't think he's in the plans.
Give it to me. I think this, I loved the pick when they made it. I had a first-round grade on the guy. And I'm a big fan of his potential and seeing him already get some burn with the ones. And I think it's also his ability to cover guys out of the backfield that's going to give him some interesting intrigue on passing downs, because you see him off the edge, and as a quarterback or as an offensive play caller, you see that 41 jersey and you go, okay, is he going to drop back and cover my running back coming out of the backfield here, or is he going to blitz for my eyeballs? And I think that's going to be a fascinating thing for Matt Eberflus to work through here in his first year as defense coordinator.
Nick, if there is a holdout, is that your Micah Parsons replacement?
Talking about Donovan Ezraku.
Oh, you can't replace Micah fully, and I know I understand the spirit of the question, but
now this is what Todd Church is referring to. You got Donovan Ezraku, and I've already said it before. No, you're not replacing Micah Parsons with one player. Can you replace him with multiple players?
I think from a roster standpoint and who trots out there on day one, I mean, that would be my leading candidate. You know how I feel about the guy.
Sure.
I think he's a talented pass rusher. I think his ceiling is as high as some of the best pass rushers in the league. That's how I feel about Donovan Ezraku. I'll stand on the table about him. And I've continued to see that potential here early on.
Are the Cowboys going to exercise this $500,000 hit to Diggs?
Yeah, don't know on that one. That would be a good question for some of my other constituents on the beat. I know Todd Archer had the break on that one yesterday, and that's certainly a fascinating story. But you look at the contract language and you see how that is put forth. Even if he did show up to mandatory minicamp, which I do expect him to next week, he's not going to meet that percentage requirement. So at the very least, there's going to be a conversation had, I would assume, about that contract language and if he is subject to those penalties or not.
I mean, if the money's already
lead time, I like your comment. I appreciate your comment. The reality is, Barry Switzer was just a figurehead, guys. We didn't get to see him coach because Jimmy had it so set up that the coach didn't coach. I mean, Jimmy coached, but he had it set up to where Barry could come in and not really have to coach in a sense. Barry could just come in, fold his arms, chew his gum like he did, jack around with some of the players on the sideline, build some relationships. Lead Time just made a great comment. Lead Time said it takes a hell of a coach to be able to go to his disgruntled Charles Haley's house and get him back on the field. Barry held that team together. I'll give him that. But he didn't have to coach it. Yeah, he didn't have to coach it because Jimmy didn't do position. So, yeah. Appreciate that comment.
He lost. Could you see him just skipping mini as well?
He would risk even more money by skipping minicamp. Those would be more fines with mandatory, with it being mandatory, and with it being under his second contract, they would not be able to waive those fines.
Got it. You're a beast, Nick. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, now what they're talking about right there is this $500. This $500,000 deal. This $500,000 that Trayvon Diggs has basically forfeited. Trayvon Diggs was supposed to be in the Dallas Cowboys training camp. This is standard operating procedure for these contracts. He was supposed to be at the Dallas Cowboys, in the Dallas Cowboys training camp for 84.37%. I don't know how you come up with 84.37 rather than 85, but I digress. 84.37% of the time, I think that's the number. Well, because he's been doing his own rehab, he's giving up $500,000. He's giving up $500,000. Now, to me, I don't think it's the money. I don't care about the money that Trayvon Diggs is giving up. And if I were the Dallas Cowboys, I'm holding him to the $500 million. Nah, Doc, not with me. You gotta make sure your players don't be habitual line steppers. Y'all know what that means? Go check out Dave Chappelle. Can't let people be habitual line steppers all the time. If people gonna overstep, if they're gonna step over the line, they need to suffer the consequences. Let him suffer the consequences, bro. You're gonna try to step over the line, you're gonna get that. We taking that $500,000. Trayvon Diggs with what the Cowboys have going on. It is my opinion that Trayvon Diggs should have been in camp and working with the Cowboys trainers to get his rehab. because that's how you build the camaraderie and be in the building with everything that's been going on with the team. And I don't care what they say about this deal with Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons needs to be in training camp. And Jerry needs to get this deal done. Just get it done. You know you're going to do it, man. Just get it done. Just get it done. Micah needs to be in training camp. Micah needs to be out there lining up. He don't need to be on the sideline. He need to be lining up. Get that joker out there on the field, man. Get him out there. Time out for this stuff and all this pride and agents and all this old nonsense. Get him out there, man. Need this dude on the field. Straight up. Straight up. We don't need Micah Parsons holding out. We don't need him holding out until the first game of the season. Nah, we don't need all that. Nah, this dude need to be in camp, building up this synchronicity, the unity, being a leader in the culture. Because they really have Micah Parsons, to me, they really have Micah Parsons in a very stupid predicament. You want him to be a leader, but he's holding out? So that's the precedent we're setting. And I think this is another one of the reasons why Dak Prescott does not hold out. Dak says, I'm a leader. I'm not leaving my team. No way, no how. Micah Parsons, I do believe, needs to be in training camp. Jerry's going to pay him anyway. Stop all this stuff. Jerry's going to pay him anyway. Go ahead and come into camp. It's what's best for the team. Now, he did say he's going to be in the voluntary minicamp. Yeah, there it is. Quack Quack says chooses mandatory minicamp. We're going to see what we're going to see. He's going to be there. Michael's going to be there. The issue is I don't think he's going to participate. Cowboys need to pay him. If not, let me come in for the negotiation. Man, y'all in here talking about this doggone 1996. Ryan R., I'm going to disagree with you. Neil O'Donnell's offshore accounts still need to be checked. Neil O'Donnell threw 2 interceptions to Larry Brown that still don't make sense when you go back and look at them. Larry Brown didn't even make a great play on the ball. I mean, he just looked up and Neil O'Donnell just gifted Larry Brown. Ryan O, I'm just playing. I appreciate your comment because those 2 interceptions by Larry Brown were crazy. Those 2 interceptions by Larry Brown was crazy because the Cowboys took a step back in 94. That was the first year without Jimmy. And I think Jerry saw that team was slipping. Jerry went and got Deion Sanders. Jerry really brought a spark to that team. Deion Sanders helped in punt returns. Deion Sanders shut down one side of the field. Deion Sanders helped in the turnovers. Deion Sanders played on offense. Man, Deion Sanders really came in and did some things for the Cowboys. And because Barry really wasn't going to be able to do that part of it. Barry hadn't built the relationships to really push the team the way Jimmy had already invested himself in being able to push the team. So Deion really helped him out in that respect. But boy, hey, Ryan, man, that doggone Super Bowl with the Pittsburgh Steelers, somebody need to check Neil O'Donnell's account. Boy, Neil O'Donnell threw this, man. Neil O'Donnell threw this dude, Larry Brown, 2 interceptions that still don't make sense. I'm glad he threw them. Larry Brown still need to be paying Neil O'Donnell. Larry Brown parlayed those 2 interceptions, MVP, and parlayed it into a huge deal with the Las Vegas Raiders. Huge deal. Larry Brown still need to be thanking that man. Still need to be thanking that man. Aaron Wesley. Word was Michael's deal was done. He was going to live up to his word. His agent wanted to push for more money. I believe that to be true too. I do, Aaron. I believe that to be true. I believe he sat him down I believe he started talking about your future, because that's what I was saying. Bro, I don't mind you giving the Cowboys a discount. And that's why I think the Cowboys should have jumped on trying to sign him early. But don't be saying stuff like there's no difference between 30 and 40 million, man. Come on, man. That's crazy talk right there. That agent said, yes, there is difference. Let me show you all the people you're going to be paying. Dominique said, yeah, they will. Why do you think they got him playing in the slot during OTAs? They're going to try to pay him slot corner money. Oh, we talking about DaRon Bland? They were already saying DaRon Bland is going to play outside and in. And that's going to really get DaRon Bland paid. Yeah, that's what they've been doing in OTAs. They've been playing him inside on early downs, outside on early downs, inside on the passing downs. No, DaRon Bland gonna get paid. Straight up. Yeah, DaRon Bland gonna get paid. Yeah. He getting paid. They're not moving him in the slot. They've already talked about it. They're not moving that joker to the slot. No. DaRon Bland, guys, is actually going to get paid more money because he can play inside and out. He gonna get paid. Y'all watch what I tell you. They gonna play him inside and out. Watch what I tell you. Appreciate you. Goes to Mike McCarthy. He said, y'all be safe. Appreciate you. Angie said, I'd hold out on the Joneses too because they run over the nice guys. Okay. If they really cared about having a winning culture, they wouldn't allow the leader to be out in position to hold out. Angie. Now, that's one of the things that I'm saying right there. I just don't think you put guys in position, the guys are the leaders of your team. You're putting Michael in a very weird situation. You want him to be the leader, but you put him in a position to hold out. You want him to be in training camp, but you're not going to pay him. I don't like that kind of stuff. I don't like that kind of stuff, Angie. Pay him. They should have paid him last year before Max Crosby got paid, and we'd have had him on a deal. Boy. Hallelujah. Appreciate you. Dominique, yeah, they paid Osa, but he took a pay cut. Lee Time, I'm telling you, you probably laughed about what I said about Larry Brown. I'm telling you, somebody need to check Switzerland for Neil O'Donnell. Because, man, this dude here, boy, he threw two of the craziest interceptions I ever seen in my life. Rolando Rodriguez, what up? Diggs is going to show up. Haven't heard anything. I think Diggs will be there this week, too. We're going to see. Jerry needs to pay Bland. Yeah. Hey, Damon, that boy getting paid. Bland getting paid. I'm sorry, DaRon Bland is not a player you let walk. He can play inside and out. That dude getting paid. That dude is getting paid. Yeah. Dominique Pittman, he says that he thinks that Bland will give the Cowboys a discount. Wow. Okay. We'll see. Uh-oh. Angie says she gonna throw. Angie, let me say what you normally say. Unpopular opinion. Angie said unpopular opinion. She said, I'm trading Bland and getting a quarterback in next year's draft. I see you, Angie. Uncle Charles, what up? Salute from Birmingham, Alabama. Let's go. Yep, let's go. The ghost of Mike McCarthy said Thomas Roth was Daniel Hill. I see you. Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh, yeah, L.A. Raiders. Yeah, Lee Time, L.A. Raiders. Boy, I'm telling you, man. Man, Larry Brown still need to be paying Neil O'Donnell, boy. He threw this dude some interceptions. I still don't understand him. Yeah. But I think he'll be there. I think Michael Parsons will be there. I just don't think he'll be working out. All right, guys. I'm going to get out of here. The ghost of Mike McCarthy said Neil O'Donnell's beard deserves a spot in the NFL Hall of Fame. That thing was a work. Hey, man, he need to be investigated. Man, Neil O'Donnell need to be investigated. I'll never understand them doggone interceptions he threw to Larry Brown, but I love when he threw them. Because, boy, I remember when he threw that first one, boy, I was jumping for joy because it looked like the Pittsburgh Steelers were on the verge of beating the Cowboys. Man, I was jumping for joy, boy. Sean Canton said all the Dak haters are trash. He's the MVP caliber. Hey, man, he top 5. That boy going to do damage this year. Sean Cannon, Dak gonna do damage. You watch what I tell you. All right. Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. We're gonna release some videos, have them out tomorrow, and we'll see how I'm feeling, man. I might rock with y'all tomorrow on Cowboys After Dark. Quack, quack, you got the last word. He said, y'all be good and stay safe. I appreciate y'all. Y'all the best chat on YouTube. Until the next time, let's talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. DC4L, God bless. Peace.